Yes.
Good morning to one and all. Myself, Manasi Damle, on behalf of School of Science, Sandip University, Nashik, and Microbiology Society, India, pleased to welcome you all for a two-day global scientific e-conference, Current Research in Applied and Fundamental Sciences, CRAFTS 2021. To start with, I would like to invite Professor Chetan Chaudhary, the Registrar, Sandip University, Nashik, to welcome the dignitaries, delegates, and participants. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to one and all. I am Dr. Chetan Chaudhary, Registrar, Sandip University, Nashik. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of Sandip University, Nashik to this two-day e-conference on current research in applied and fundamental sciences. This conference is jointly organized by the School of Science, Sandip University, Nashik, and Microbiologists Society of India. The significance of this conference is to focus on contemporary global challenges and advances in the field of natural and applied sciences. We will have the privilege to entertain ourselves by lightening the expert talks from invited eminent national and international scientists and prominent persons. It is a very rightly said by Lewis, no category of science exists in which one could give the name of applied sciences. There are science and the application of science linked together as fruit into the tree that has borne it. It is our honor that School of Sciences, Sandip University, Nashik, and Microbiologists Society of India cordially invited scientists, academicians, research scholars, industrial professionals, technologists, and delegates from all walks of nature of applied sciences to come together and contribute to the global cause. Sandip University, Nashik is one of the premier and the only self-financed private university recognized by UGC in northern state of Maharashtra. The university is spread across 300 acres of land with the state-of-art infrastructure. Sandip University hosts about 50 departments, offering a range of undergraduate and postgraduate programs in science and technology, engineering, management, cosmetic science, law, commerce, computer science, fashion design. School of Science since 2016 offers various UG and PG and doctor courses in biological sciences, chemical sciences, physical science, mathematics, microbiology, and other streams. The school has more than 500 students, undertakes real-time projects in collaboration with the industry and government agencies to combat the various challenges and to bridge the gap between the industry and academia. We at Sandip University practice OBE, that is outcome-based education, where we emphasize more on the practical exposure and try to make our students industry-ready professionals. Microbiologist Society, established in 1926, aims to explore the protection and application of the microbiological world to help humanity to educate common masses about the visible microbiology world that all seems to be familiar with during COVID times, where the invisible virus is muting and seems to be not given anywhere, we realize the importance of microbiologists and their contribution to serve mankind. So the various themes for these two-day conferences, international conferences in the relevant fields and the recent times will be discussed, and the outcomes will be helpful to serve the society better. It's my privilege to introduce our Honorable Chairman, Dr. Sandip N. Jha, the founder trustee of our group Sandip Foundation, located at Nashik and Sijol. Sir believes success comes to those who work hard and stay with those who don't rest on the laurels for the past. Sir is a remarkable educationist of thousands of students of India, social worker, and has been instrumental in shaping the success of various students of India. He had single-handedly contributed towards transformation and development, mainly Indians from the rural pockets. As his remarkable journey gathering momentums, he has set standards, initiated trends, and achieved more new milestones successfully over the made a mark to himself. But irrespectively of his success and riches, they contribute to humbly development his country and countrymen by educating a helping them. Sir's vision says to make the most resources available to upliftment of the poor and spread smile, education, and create successful future abundance. Further, on behalf of Sandip University Nashik, I would like to welcome the eminent scientist and the academician, the keynote speaker, Professor Arvind Deshmukh, President, Microbiologists Society of India. Welcome, sir, on the board. And I also welcome the invited speakers, Professors J.S. Virdi, Delhi University, South Campus, Dr. Prakash M., CSIR, Central Food and Technological Research Institute, Mysore, Karnataka, Professor Mrs. R. S. Bendre, North Maharashtra University, Dr. Ajay Kumar Verma, B.R. Ambedkar University, Professor S.B. Dhole, SP Pune University, and our convener, Dr. Nisar Rishi, Dean School of Science, who has done a lot of effort in organizing this international conference for the valuable thrust areas to develop a thought process that is helpful for the mankind. I will also welcome all the participants on board, research scholars from different countries for their contribution and sparing valuable time in in the events which will be begin today for the 2 days to have the mindset and different proposals to be discussed. I also congratulated my team of international conference who have done rigorously for past few days, making this a grand success. I welcome you all, the participants on the 2-day international conference. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for interacting with us, sharing your valuable thoughts. Also, I would like to thank Dr. Sandip Jha, sir, for sharing his view and thoughts. We are enlightened by the vision and waves of Sir. We are also enlightened by your presence at the virtual event. Thank you so much, sir.
बंद कर दो.
Participants, organizing committee members, and my dear friends. It is a glorious day, a wonderful occasion. As I've been told, and I'm impressed that there are 800 plus scientific minds from 9 different countries participating in virtual scientific events. I appreciate the convener and dean, Nishar. Society, India. A scientific gathering through the international conference is to bring the scientific minds together for the cause of humankind. In the outbreak of COVID-19, people from all walks of science and technology have been working together. The transfer of knowledge, skills in the science and technology fields can have a profound and lasting impact on the development trajectories of nations and people. The world cannot develop or advance or achieve the sustainable development goals without modern technology and new solutions to old problems. The COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the pressing science, technology, and innovation in medicine and technology. The coronavirus pandemic also drives leaders to ensure that the development benefits of science, technology, and innovation translate directly into the daily lives of people worldwide. Mere publication of research papers can never suffice the need of contemporary times unless the paper's findings are material.
Thank you, Regulators.
I am here by
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts. We feel honored by your virtual presence at the event. Soon we shall begin with the event. So, as we all know, this conference solicits expert talks from national and international organizations. We would begin with our keynote speaker, Professor Arvind Deshmukh.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Professor Arvind Deshmukh. I feel immense pleasure to introduce Professor Deshmukh. Dr. Deshmukh is the President of Microbiologists Society of India, also served as a professor and head of Department of Microbiology at Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Osmanabad, achieving in total of 37 years of teaching experience. Sir has also worked as the chairman of BOS in microbiology and also is the member of Research and Recognition Committee, Board of University Teaching and Research Committee, Environmental Committee of various universities and government. Sir has 82 national and international publications and is the author and editor of many books. Sir is also the chief editor of Journal of Microbial World. Till date, Sir has held many national and international level conferences and was also invited as an expert speaker in many foreign universities. Professor Deshmukh has actively delivered many radio sessions and many of his scientific articles are also published in many of the newspapers. Sir has also guided many of the doctoral students and has been conducting virtual sessions in microbiology since many years for eminent scientists all over the India as well as from different countries. Sir has also worked in the field of nanotechnology and biotechnology to various solutions on environmental issues. Today, Professor Deshmukh is going to address us with the topic titled Microbial Inoculant, an Eco-Friendly Tool in Agriculture. I would also like to introduce the session chair, Dr. Namita Raitekar. I request Professor Deshmukh to address us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, sir. Your voice is clear.
Okay. So.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Okay. At the outset, I am thankful to Dr. Nisar for giving me an opportunity in this excellent conference, and many speakers for 2 days are going to talk on various topics in the microbiology and biotechnology. And today, as ma'am has told, I will be talking on microbial inoculant. 1 minute, please. Hello. So extremely sorry for the disturbance. Hello. And I will be talking on microbial inoculant and how it is a eco-friendly tool in the agriculture. Can you hear me, ma'am? Again, I am requesting you, please inform. Anyone can respond me. Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir. We can hear you. Sir, we can
You
hear
can.
you clearly. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So I will be talking on microbial inoculant. And as I have told you, microbial inoculant is known as a microbial inoculant recently. In old days, the name was biofertilizer. Now you see, in 1947, India got an independence. And late Prime Minister Honorable Jawaharlalji Nehru declared India as an agri-oriented country. And whenever they declared India as an agri-oriented country, they told that we should promote the chemical fertilizer. Then hybrid quality of seeds and heavy irrigation. And whenever they our Indian government was promoting chemical fertilizer, at that time they were not knowing the importance of the biofertilizer and disadvantages of chemical fertilizer. Later on, people were knowing the disadvantages of the chemical fertilizer. And that's why now we are shifted toward the biofertilizer. Everyone is talking about the sustainable development. What is a sustainable development? Sustainable development meaning is that, you see, today we don't want forest of cement concrete. We want forest of trees. And whenever we want forest of trees, it is a sustainable development. We don't want the polluted growth of the India, polluted growth of the world. So throughout the world, everyone is after biofertilizer. But later on, scientists realized that biofertilizer is also a wrong terminology. They realized that why biofertilizer is a wrong terminology. The reason is that microorganisms do not act as a fertilizer. Microorganisms produce the fertilizer. It is different from chemical fertilizer. In the chemical fertilizer, chemicals were acting as a fertilizer. But here, the microorganisms were not acting as a fertilizer. Microorganisms were producing fertilizer. So it is called as a microbial inoculant, not biofertilizer. Now again, I will tell you within 5 minutes I will start my PPT, but I will describe, I will go on telling the importance of microbial inoculant. Yes, 1 minute please. Okay. मी शेअर केलेलं आहे. आता फक्त इथे नुकसान गोष्ट करायला सांगू का? Please add me second from the second laptop. I'm requesting, please add me there. So that slides, my PPT will be visible. Please, ma'am, can you add me from other source? I'm waiting at the door of the StreamYard. Please add me. Please add me. Hello. Can you add me at other source? So that I'm waiting with the PPT there. Thank you. Thank you.
So can you see my slide? Please respond me. Can you see my slide?
Yes, sir. We can see
Are you
now.
able to
Yes,
see my
sir.
slide?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, your PPT is visible. You can continue, sir.
Hello.
Sir, can you hear me?
Can you see my slide presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can see your PPT. You may proceed, sir.
Can you see my presentation? And my voice also. Thank you. So, what are the advantages of microbial inoculant? The advantages are microbial inoculants are cheap. Economically, they are very cheap. They reduce the demand of chemical fertilizer because chemical fertilizer demand is increasing day by day. Third, it do not have any pollution problem. I have told you already, chemical fertilizers have pollution problem. But the biofertilizer do not have any pollution problem. It is not producing any health hazard. One more thing, the microbial inoculant production is a very simple. Meaning is that you can do even in laboratory. Huge industry infrastructure is not required. So the production is a very simple. That's why I'm calling it is a simple tool. Now, they also supply plant growth hormone. Meaning is that whenever we are adding the microorganism for addition of fertilizer, they also produce various plant growth hormones. For example, indole acetic acid. For example, the cytokinin, or different other hormones. Gibberellin is also produced by these microorganisms. So the microorganism, in addition to the chemical fertilizer, they also produce different plant growth hormones. That is a more advantage. Then they supply other nutrients. How? The organism may be amylolytic. Organism may be cellulolytic. Organism may be proteolytic. At that time, in addition to the fertilizer, they degrade complex organic substances and supply different types of other nutrients. One more advantage, they control plant pathogens. Meaning is that the plant pathogens are present in the soil. Many microorganisms which are added as a microbial inoculant produce antibiotics. And these antibiotics kill plant pathogen present in the soil. You see, I am telling you the different advantages of the microbial inoculant. One more important advantage is that they prevent erosion of soil. How they prevent erosion of soil? Microorganisms produce sticky substance called a capsule. And whenever this capsule is produced, capsule being a sticky, adhere to the soil particle. And whenever the clumps of soil particles are formed, the erosion is prevented. So the prevent erosion of soil, increase availability of chemical fertilizer. Last point. How? Again, I will tell you. The chemical fertilizers are present in soil, but they are present in non-soluble form. So whenever the chemical fertilizers are present in non-soluble form, microorganisms convert them into soluble form. The best example is a phosphate. Phosphate in the soil is present in non-soluble form. Microorganisms can convert insoluble inorganic phosphate into soluble inorganic phosphate. And that's why the microorganisms also increase the availability of chemical fertilizer. You see, how many advantages are there? Many advantages are there. Now, I will tell you again, the one more slide, that is the problems of chemical fertilizer. What are the problems of chemical fertilizer? First problem is that there is a petroleum crisis throughout the world, and the production of chemical fertilizer require petroleum. So that's why the petroleum is the major disadvantage, major limitation for the production of chemical fertilizer. So we can produce biofertilizer without the need of petroleum. Third, wastage in soil. That is a disadvantage of chemical fertilizer. How the wastage in soil? If you add 100 kilogram of superphosphate, 85 kilogram of superphosphate is automatically get converted into it reacts with other components of soil and again get converted into insoluble form. Meaning is that how much will be available if you add 100 kilogram of superphosphate?
I guess we have some technical issue here. We will wait for Sir to rejoin again. He will continue with his lecture very soon. Good morning, Dr. Namita ma'am. Due to some technical glitches, sir has left the session, Deshmukh sir. So I request you to please proceed.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
No, sir, you are not there in the studio. Okay, sir.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Good morning,
Please.
everyone. Just I wanted to know that sir is going to continue.
Yes, sir, ma'am. He will join very soon.
Okay.
Sir
Should
is
we
joining.
wait?
Yes, we will wait for 2 minutes.
Yeah, we can wait and then let's see. I just want to request all the participant and the audience that if they have any question, they can just drop it in the chat box, right? So that the after the session, which will be open for the discussion, we can have the question answer session, right? So I request audience, they can just have the questions, they can drop into the chat box.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for interacting with us. We will wait for 2 minutes. Sir is going to join very soon and he will continue with the lecture.
Surely, surely.
Okay. I welcome you again, sir. Due to some technical issue, you were not there. You may continue with your lecture, sir.
Can you see my slide? Can you see my slide?
No, sir. No, sir. Your PPT is not there.
Can you see my slide?
Slide is not there, sir.
Okay, but I'm there.
Yes, sir, you are there.
Okay, 1 minute. Hello, don't worry, within 1 minute I will start. So, the types of fertilizers. Biofertilizer, what are the types of different biofertilizer? The types of different biofertilizers are the nitrogen fixing biofertilizer, then the nitrogen fixing biofertilizer, they are azotobacter, rhizobium, and azospirillum. Now you see, I will keep the slides aside. Azotobacter, rhizobium, Frankia. Frankia is also one type of very important biofertilizer. Azospirillum is also the biofertilizer. And the azospirillum, azotobacter or gluconobacter, because gluconobacter is produced by Vasant Sugar Institute Pune, VSI Pune. Azotobacter, rhizobium, they are very common. Azospirillum is very common. And Frankia, again I will tell you, Frankia is a very rare. But this Frankia is actinomycetes. It requires 6 months for the growth of Frankia. And the Frankia is one of the best biofertilizer. Where it is used, Frankia? Frankia is used in the forest crop, casuarina. Casuarina is the best example. That is the forest crop. And in the forest crop, Frankia acts as a best biofertilizer. So what is a Frankia? Frankia is actinomycetes. Produce the root nodules. What is the size of root nodule? It is like the ball. It is like a tennis ball. So whenever it was like a tennis ball, it is called as a Frankia root nodules. Then gluconobacter, as I have told you, it is very common in sugar cane plant. So the gluconobacter, azotobacter, rhizobium, azospirillum, herbaspirillum, all these are nitrogen fixing microorganism. Now, first of all, I will talk about the rhizobium. You know the rhizobium. Rhizobium produces root nodules in the leguminous plant. And already microbiology people are knowing about the rhizobium. So I will not describe more about the rhizobium. Only one thing I will tell you about the rhizobium is that rhizobium is a host specific. What do you mean by host specific? Host specific meaning is that rhizobium are specific toward the different types of plant. Groundnut rhizobium cannot produce root nodule with alfalfa. Meaning is that if rhizobium is isolated from alfalfa, it will produce root nodule with the ground, with the alfalfa plant only, not with the groundnut. That is a limitation of the rhizobium. And that's why we have to educate the farmer. Whenever we are popularizing the biofertilizer, we have to educate the population, farmers. Why? Because if they purchase from the market rhizobium from groundnut and use for the soybean, what will happen? It will not work. So the education of the farmer is a very essential while using the microbial inoculant. So the nitrogen fixing rhizobium is a very popular. Azotobacter is also very popular. Cultivation of azotobacter is a very simple. Why? You require nitrogen fixing, you see, nitrogen free mannitol agar. Nitrogen free mannitol agar, in which in the broth or agar you can inoculate the azotobacter and there will not be the contamination problem. Why? Because other organisms require nitrogen and this medium is a nitrogen free. And azotobacter can fix nitrogen from the atmospheric nitrogen freely, non-symbiotically. So the nitrogen free mannitol agar is used for the organism of the azotobacter. Now I will tell you about the Frankia. Cultivation of Frankia is a very, very difficult. Frankia is a very slow grower, but it is a very useful in the forest crop or a fencing crop. What do you mean by fencing crop? Fencing crop meaning is that the crop used for fencing the bungalow, that is called as a fencing crop. In that crop, the Frankia is a very best biofertilizer or microbial inoculant. Now, after the nitrogen fixing biofertilizers, I will go to the phosphate supplier. There are two categories of the phosphate supplier. One is a phosphate, the absorber, and second is a phosphate solubilizer. What is a phosphate absorber? Phosphate absorber is the VAM fungi, vesicular arbuscular mycorrhiza. That is called as a VAM fungi. Vesicular arbuscular mycorrhiza is a fungi. It creates a connection in between the plant roots and the environmental soil. That's why it is called as a mycorrhiza. Myco means fungi, rhiza means rootlets. So they remain adhered to the plant roots. And when they adhere to the plant roots, they supply water from the environment to the plant. They supply metal from the environment to the plant. They supply phosphate from the environment to the plant. Meaning is that they are phosphate suppliers. And whenever they are phosphate suppliers, they fulfill the phosphate need of the plant. So the production of mycorrhiza is also very difficult. And there are two types of mycorrhiza: ectomycorrhiza and endomycorrhiza. Ectomycorrhiza remains at the periphery of the plant, and endomycorrhiza penetrate within the roots of the plants. Again, one more important thing, the plant roots, almost every grass, the plant from grass family, every plant from grass family have the mycorrhiza. These are the fine rootlets. So the mycorrhiza in the Nagpur, late Vice Chancellor Dr. Sudhir Meshram, he was working on the mycorrhiza, ectomycorrhiza and endomycorrhiza. Otherwise, study on mycorrhiza is a little difficult. Then, second is a phosphate solubilizer. I will tell you the beauty of phosphate solubilizer. What is the beauty of phosphate solubilizer? The phosphate solubilizer are called as PSM or PSB. What do you mean by PSM? It is called as a phosphate solubilizing microorganism, or it is called as a phosphate solubilizing bacteria. So the phosphate solubilizing microorganism or phosphate solubilizing bacteria, these are whenever added into the soil, they convert inorganic insoluble phosphate which is present in the soil, convert into soluble inorganic phosphate. Again, as I have told you, soil is rich with the inorganic insoluble phosphate. As soil is rich in inorganic insoluble phosphate, we are adding only the microorganism. By putting the microorganism, what we are doing? We are converting insoluble inorganic phosphate into soluble inorganic phosphate. And whenever it is converted into soluble inorganic phosphate, it is absorbed by the plants. It is absorbed by the plants. That's why they are called as a phosphate solubilizing microorganism. Now the question is that how they are able to convert insoluble inorganic phosphate. What is the mechanism? Mechanism is a very simple. These organisms produce organic acids. These organic acids dissolve the phosphate from the inorganic insoluble phosphate to soluble inorganic phosphate. Which organic acid? Short chain fatty acids. Which short chain fatty acids? The acetic acid, fumaric acid, malic acid, citric acid, propionic acid, butyric acid, like that. Many other short chain fatty organic acids are there. So, these organic acids are able to dissolve insoluble inorganic phosphate into soluble inorganic phosphate. So, in this manner, they can solubilize the phosphate. One more again, some microorganisms produce H2SO4 or nitric acid. Means inorganic acids are also produced by chemolithotrophic organism. They are also responsible. And one more, some organisms are able to produce phosphatase enzyme. What phosphatase enzyme is doing? Phosphatase enzyme remove the phosphate group from organic structure and make it available to the plant. So, in this manner, phosphate solubilizing bacteria or phosphate solubilizing microorganisms are responsible to solubilize the phosphate from the environment. Then, one more thing again, we'll go to the another all recent developments into the microbial inoculant. We'll go to the potassium. The fruitaria is the organism. The fruitaria can supply the potassium. Potassium is required for which plants? Potassium is required for the fruit crops. Fruit crops require, they are badly in need of potassium. And the fruitaria organism solubilize, make available potassium. So, the potassium solubilizing bacteria are there, phosphate solubilizing bacteria are there. Now, one more bacteria I will tell you, the organic matter decomposer. I will tell you the story of Hindustan Antibiotic Pune. In the Hindustan Antibiotic Pune, what was the problem? The problem was they were producing antibiotic penicillin and streptomycin. So whenever penicillin was derived from the fungi, the remnant of fungi is a fungal mass. The fungal mass, that was a problem in front of HA. What to do with this fungal mass? What they have done? They produced fertilizer from this fungal mass. And that fertilizer from the fungal mass is used under the name of humol. And they convert into humus. And it is sold in market. Means the organic matter, fungal cell mass can be used as a biofertilizer. Then again, the organic matter decomposer. I will tell you the name, one best name, Nikhil Analytical Laboratory at Miras. Nikhil Analytical Laboratory, the owner is Dr. Suhas Kambi. He is supplying organic matter decomposer. How is supplying organic matter decomposer? He is supplying organic matter decomposer by, understand, producing amylolytic bacteria, by producing cellulolytic bacteria, by producing the proteolytic bacteria, lignolytic bacteria, hemicellulolytic bacteria. These bacteria, when thrown in the soil, they decompose organic matter present in soil and produce simple amino acids, simple sugar, and these simple amino acids and simple sugar are now available for the plants. Then one more biofertilizer I'm going to tell you is a very interesting biofertilizer, is a liquid biofertilizer. Now the era of solid biofertilizer has gone. In old times, solid biofertilizers were using. Now we are using liquid biofertilizer. What are the liquid biofertilizer? You see, in the liquid biofertilizer, advantage is that the shelf life of the biofertilizer is increased and they are added into bottles. Easy for transport from one place to another place. Because whenever we were using solid biofertilizer, they were added in the polythene bags. And polythene bags many times were damaged. So the damage of polythene bag happens. Here, whenever the bottles are there, they are easy for transport. Even on the bottles, we can cover the bottles with the attractive package. Why attractive package? Because now the farmers are considering themselves, they are educated and they want new technology, good packaging, attractive packaging attracts the farmer. So nowadays liquid biofertilizer and shelf life is increased. The biofertilizer can be preserved for about 5 years, but the liquid biofertilizer can be stored for 5 years, but the solid biofertilizer expiry is only for 6 months. Again, what are the disadvantages of the solid biofertilizer? For the solid biofertilizer, carrier was required. And this carrier, which is required for the solid biofertilizer, was either lignite or charcoal. In the southern India, there are mines of lignite. What is a lignite? Like lignite is nothing but a black soil having high organic matter. So via truck, lignite is brought everywhere in Maharashtra. It is sieved with the 85 mesh sieve, and the lignite is slightly acidic. So add the lime into it to make it alkaline. And then that lignite, which is sieved through the sieve, which is slightly changed in the pH, increase the pH, and that lignite is used as a carrier. So lignite is used as a carrier, or charcoal can be used as a carrier, and the hands of the farmer becomes black whenever we are using solid biofertilizer. So instead of solid biofertilizer, now liquid biofertilizers are there. This is the era of liquid biofertilizer. Again, I will tell you recent technology in the microbial inoculant. Recent technology is that in the Baramati, Vidya Pratishthan Baramati, they are producing the capsules of the biofertilizer, tablets of the biofertilizer. You see, the capsules are there. What is a capsule? In the capsule, biofertilizers are added. And the one capsule for one plant, it is added in the soil near the roots of the plant. Add the soil, cover will get dissolved, and biofertilizer will come outside. So, need not to ask how much biofertilizer I should add. One capsule to one plant. That is the advantages of the capsules as a biofertilizer. Liquid biofertilizer, how they are given to the plants? by adding liquid biofertilizer into water supply. Drip irrigation. What happens due to the drip irrigation? This water, whenever going near the roots of plant, biofertilizers also go near to the roots of plant. In this manner, biofertilizers are the boon. But there are limitations. I will tell you limitations of the biofertilizer also. What are the limitations of the biofertilizer? Limitations are that they are host specific. Second thing, the farmer should be trained. Farmer should be educated. Third limitation is that the biofertilizer do not show significant effect as chemical fertilizers are showing. Meaning is that biofertilizers definitely increase the crop productivity, but not up to that level as chemical fertilizers are showing. That's why many times farmers are reluctant. Third important thing is that the biofertilizers are living thing. So when they are exposed to the sunlight, they will die. So the precaution should be taken. Training should be given to the farmer regarding the safety of biofertilizer. So these biofertilizer, or we can say microbial inoculant, these should be protected from the sunlight and their expiry only for 6 months. After 6 months, it is not useful at all. So these are the limitations of the biofertilizers. That's why we must educate the farmers. Now in India, you see, how many industries are there of the biofertilizer? In India, there are only, you see, because I have traveled all countries around the India. In Sri Lanka, the biofertilizer industries are absent. Only Peradeniya University is producing biofertilizer. In Mauritius, our one Indian is there, Dr. Yardi. He is producing biofertilizer in Mauritius. I have visited his industry. Same thing is applicable in Dubai, in Bangladesh, in Nepal, in Bhutan. There are very few biofertilizer industries. In India, only one state called as a Sikkim. In the Sikkim, it is free from chemicals. They have declared that in our state, chemical fertilizer and chemical pesticides will not be used. There is a ban by the government. So, why it should not happen in India? Again, I will tell you a very interesting thing. Amitabh Bachchan and Sachin Tendulkar, where from they are purchasing the cow milk? They are purchasing the cow milk from the separate producer, and it is a 200 rupees per liter, 300 rupees per liter. Why? The reason that it is collected from the cow eating the grass cultivated only on biofertilizer and biopesticide. Meaning is that all these rich persons, they are taking precautions. They don't use chemical fertilizer and chemical pesticides in the soil and whenever the grass is there, because you see, whenever I am eating, for example, apple, and apple is cultivated in the soil where there is a chemical fertilizer and chemical pesticides are used, or I am drinking the water, or cow is drinking the water, at that time these polluted materials enter into the plant, enter into the animal, enter into the milk, and ultimately they are coming to in our body. So it is time now for you and me, that is the success of today's conference, awareness among the society. So I will congratulate really Dr. Nishan for organizing this beautiful event. In this event, you will understand what are the different aspects of the biotechnology and how the research is going on. So nowadays, it is badly needed. And again, I have told you which states are ahead in biofertilizer production. Throughout India, only Maharashtra is ahead. of all other states. Maharashtra is supplying this biofertilizer to complete state. More than 300 biofertilizer industries are present in Maharashtra, and more than 100 biopesticide industries are present in Maharashtra. So today's lecture, if you promotes you for the production of biofertilizer, because always I believe on bio entrepreneurship, and our government is giving money as a subsidy. There is a 50% subsidy if you start biofertilizer industry or biopesticide industry in your farm. So why are you waiting? Instead of applying for job, I will request you, go for creating job, give employment to other, and the microbial inoculant is the best industry which can give job to you. And you see, in Gujarat also, there is a biofertilizer industries in Ananda Dairy, Ananda Agriculture University. They are producing best biofertilizers. In Maharashtra also, there are many industries which are producing best biofertilizers. So today I will request you all, you come together and start your own microbial inoculant industry, not for only job, save the earth. That's why I have selected the title of my topic, Microbial Inoculant. It is the eco-friendly tool for sustainable development. Every one of us is talking today about the sustainable development and sustainable development. So India needs not only development, India needs sustainable development. I congratulate this college, I congratulate this university, and I congratulate the team organizing today's event. And I'm extremely sorry because for 5 minutes I was talking in front of laptop, assuming that I have joined with this platform. But later on, I came to know by the phone that I have not joined. Sorry for it. These are the digital mistakes happens in the technological era. So this is we are dependent on a virtual everything. We are dependent on the internet. I'm extremely sorry for it, and I'm thankful to Dr. Nisar again for giving me an opportunity. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Namita Raitekar to proceed.
Thank you, Manasi. Good morning, sir. Sir, it was a great pleasure to listen to talk to you after such a long time.
Again, after 2 minutes, I have to join another conference, please. So,
Yes,
madam,
yes,
if you
yes, we'll definitely
allow
proceed
me,
very fast.
I will join the another conference within 2 to 3 minutes. Another conference is there, and I have to join there.
Definitely. I just
Dr.
want to say
Nishant
that.
and Dr. Mansi ma'am, request you.
Yes,
So,
if
can I
you
give
have any
now?
question.
Yes.
Hello. Sir, thank you for having this extremely informative, thought-provoking, and inspirational lecture. I mean, I just want to appreciate your structured approach to explain such a wide topic, which is unable to explain in such a short period. But I must say, the way you explain it, it was fabulous. And due to the, as we are running the shortage of time, I think we cannot have the question and answer session. So I just want to thank on behalf of all the audience and the craft team for having you on this occasion. So thank you so much. Yes, over to you, Manasi. If we can
Thank
have
you.
any questions, then it can be
Yes.
answered afterwards.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. And I would like to thank Professor Deshmukh. His talk will obviously create some of the awareness among the common people regarding the use of bioinoculants for sure. We obviously have 2, 3 questions and we will discuss with him. He will answer it later. So questions are like, how commonly awareness is there currently within the people for the use of bioinoculants, or Sir also said that the production of bioinoculants is quite difficult. So, how commonly the industries are producing them, and what is the market currently going on, where they are sold? Farmers also need some kind of training. So, how the training is given to them, how common man is aware of all the things. So, definitely, sir will revert to us with these answers, I guess. Thank you so much, Dr. Namita ma'am, for being with us and chairing the session. Coming upon next, I feel happy to introduce the second expert speaker for today, Professor J.S. Virdi of Biological Sciences, who is going to address us on developing a point of care test for detection of antimicrobial resistance in bacteria. I feel glad to introduce Sir Professor Virdi, who served the Department of Microbiology, University of Delhi South Campus for more than 3 decades, is a well-recognized expert and mentor in the area of microbiology. Sir did his master's in microbiology from Punjab University and PhD specializing in immunology from Postgraduate Institute of Medical Education and Research, Chandigarh. As a microbiologist, his major area of research has been the study of emerging infectious diseases, especially waterborne bacterial diseases, and their public health relevance to India. Sir's work on molecular epidemiology of Yersinia enterolytica, an enteric pathogen, is well recognized as an original scientific contribution in infectious diseases. In recognition of his work, Sir was conferred the Y.S. Narayana Rao Award for Research in Microbiology by ICMR. Building on leads from the work on beta-lactamase genes in Yersinia enterolytica and E. coli carried out in his laboratory, Sir is now engaged in developing a rapid point-of-care test for detection of antibiotic resistance using genomics and informatics approach in collaboration with bioinformaticians, clinical microbiologists, and microfluidics experts. This work was adjudged the best and awarded the first Ideathon prize by BIRAC. The team led by Professor Virdi further received funding as Discovery Award from NESTA and BIRAC for development of a prototype of this test. Professor Virdi was also awarded the Science Hero in Vitrogen Best Lab Mentor Award 2016 on worldwide competition. As a member of Association of Microbiologists of India, Professor Virdi has served in various capacities, including its president in 2018 to 19. Also, I request Dr. Namita Raitekar to chair the session once again. I request Professor Virdi to address us. Over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Marcy. Thank you very much. So you can hear me well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. All right. So after a very interesting lecture by Professor Deshmukh, let us look at some very recent developments and knowledge about the antimicrobial resistance, which we commonly call as AMR, or antimicrobial resistance. So it's a very complex problem. So I'll just go by telling what are the reasons for this, for the emergence of the AMR, and how to tackle it. And then what are we doing about it? It's a very complex problem. As I go along with my lecture, you will be able to realize that. Let's see. So I'm going to share my slides. So can you see my slides?
Yes, sir, your screen is visible.
You are able to see those, I mean, my slides? Yeah. Oh, sorry. So, see, there is some problem. I'm going to do it again. Share screen, again, share screen, and I share.
Sir, please click on your PPT. Your another screen is visible. Just click on your PPT, sir. It is visible, sir. It is visible. You can proceed.
Okay. Just let me go on to the slideshow. Is it now?
Yes, sir.
Is it seen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible. You can proceed,
Okay.
sir.
Let me see.
Oh.
Is it moving also? Is it moving also?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So I think I would like to thank all the organizers of this conference for giving me this opportunity to talk with the audience, especially a lot of young students from Sandip University. And in this regard, I will be failing in my duty if I do not mention Nisar Rishi's name, who has been in constant touch with me about this lecture. So let's see what is this AMR. I think since the audience, they are all from scientific background, majority of them, they are students from microbiology, from biotechnology, and from other biological sciences. They are quite well aware about it. What is this antimicrobial? They are aware about this terminology, at least. Antimicrobial resistance. In the simple term, it is just antimicrobial resistance, antibiotic. Sorry. Yeah. So we also call it as multiple, you must have heard it as a multiple drug resistance or simply drug resistance or sometimes also multiple drug resistant organisms. When we refer to organisms, MDROs, these are some of the very commonly used abbreviations for antibiotic resistance. However, I would like to mention that of late, in the last 5 years or so, or 7 years or so, when antimicrobial resistance has catapulted into a sort of a problem of a worldwide importance, and more people are becoming, of course, you see, experts, they have been very well aware about this, and they have been warning the general public and other stakeholders about this. Even before 5 to 7 years, they have been aware that this is increasing. And but as far as these last 5 years is concerned, the term AMR has been a sort of more or less a standardized term which is being used for this purpose. So please see that antimicrobial resistance is the standard term now we are using all over the globe to refer to antibiotic resistance or multiple drug resistance or the multiple drug resistant, or of course this is organisms, refers to organisms. Let's see the next one. See why this, why there is antimicrobial resistance. That means antimicrobial resistance in simple terms mean that the microbes are developing resistance to antibiotics. We know that antibiotics are one of our major mainstays of treatment against infectious diseases. And we have a variety of them. See, so to start with the beta lactams, and then first generation, second generation, third generations, then variety of other very effective antibiotics are available. Now, as the microbes are developing resistance to this, we are not able to cure the infectious diseases or the infections caused by these microorganisms by the use of these antibiotics. So definitely it should give you a clue that we are into a problem. So why is it this AMR happening? Why is it there is an increase in antimicrobial resistance among bacteria, and we are unable to treat the infections caused by drug-resistant organisms or multiply antibiotic-resistant organisms? One of the major reasons for this is excessive use of antibiotics in the human medicine. The excessive use, right, left, without any, at times without any rationale. We really do not know whether the person is suffering from a viral infection or a bacterial infection. The antibiotics are prescribed. At the same time, we do not know whether the organism is sensitive to some very common or a first generation, second generation penicillins or cephalosporins, but we are giving them at a very high-end antibiotics. That means those antibiotics which are to be used only for very serious infections, serious interventions like surgeries, heart surgery, some orthopedic surgery. We are using those medicines, those antibiotics, for the purpose of common cold, for curing cough. Okay, and in this process, the microbes, they are getting exposed to these antibiotics and developing resistance to them, as a result of which those antibiotics are becoming useless, or rather in a way, those antibiotics are available, but they are no more available for use in the more important interventional programs. Another reason, use of antibiotics and feed supplements in animal husbandry, especially in, for example, poultry, especially in pigs. See, the feed contains large amounts of antibiotics. We really do not know these antibiotics. We really don't need these antibiotics in these food supplements, because once we expose the animals to these antibiotics go into their body. From their body, it goes into our body, and from our body, it goes along with the it exposes to microbes, get exposed from the animal husbandry, from their feces, etc., from their waste. It goes into the rivers, into wastewaters. They're all bacteria, other microbes are situated. They get exposed to this, so they keep on developing antibiotic resistance to this. So this is absolutely unnecessary things which must be stopped. And you would be surprised to know the amount of the antibiotic which is being used into this, into human medicine, is much less as compared to the antibiotics which are being used as animal husbandry. Please do not confuse it with veterinary medicine. Of course, we are using antibiotics for the treatment of the animal infections and for animal surgeries. That is different. That is of a more of a veterinary medicine. What I'm talking is of the animal husbandry, where they are not at all needed, but continue to be used all over the globe. Also, there is now a turnaround for some big industries coming and labeling their produce as antibiotic free. Now, use of antibiotics in agriculture, same thing. Then hospital effluents containing residual antibiotics, because a large amount of antibiotics are being used in human medicine from the hospitals and other nursing homes, etc. These wastes are discharged into water, and then into which finally goes into rivers or into wastewaters. So the residual antibiotics, they also go there. And these antibiotics, again, the microbes, they get exposed to them and develop resistance to them. Wastewater from pharma industry, manufacturing antibiotics, they are discharged. It's a big problem. Professor Deshmukh just mentioned that how one of the industries in Pune, when they were manufacturing penicillin, and how the biomass, the penicillium biomass which they were using. Otherwise, normally these biomasses, they are discharged into rivers. See, there are no rules and regulations. There are no concrete rules and regulations about this. These are yet to be developed, or they are in the process of development. So you can see that incident which Professor Deshmukh mentioned, that this industry has used that biomass for biofertilizer. Otherwise, this biomass contains a good amount of the residual antibiotic, and if it is discharged into the wastewaters, it causes a huge problem. So this is a huge problem in our country. Wherever there is a pharma industry, see, especially Hyderabad. Hyderabad was almost in the world news when a lot of pharma industry, it was seen that this pharma industry were discharging all their effluents into the rivers, the surrounding rivers, and the river was found to be high in residual antibiotics which they were manufacturing. And of course, all the microbes in the vicinity or in those waters, they were getting resistant to them. So, see, these are just some of the illustrative examples which are responsible for AMR. There are other reasons. See, they can just continue. As I said, you can continue with this. That's why I have put another points, because since this is not the topic of the talk today, so I will not, just something illustrative I have given. Let's see. Next, what will happen if there is an antibiotic AMR, if there is an increase in AMR, what will happen? See, this is a very huge study by very well known by Jim O'Connell. This has really brought this report from UK, has brought the problem of the AMR into focus. This was published sometime in 1914 or so. And you can see here, these are some of the magnitude of the number of the diseases by 2050. By 2050, here see 2050. So cancer will be, let's say, 8.2 million cases, whereas AMR, it will be 10 million. Cholera is this much, diabetes will be 1.5 million. So you can see by 2050 or so, if the problem of the AMR is not addressed, okay, the drug resistant cases which we would not be in a position to treat will be almost maximum in this world. So naturally, so this is going to create a big problem. Almost this is like pushing us to a stage when there were no antibiotics. Remember, see, the antibiotics will be there. Whatever antibiotics we have developed till date, whether all groups of antibiotics, they will be there. See, but it will almost like not having them, because the microbes, by that time, the pathogenic microbes who cause diseases will have become resistant by this time. So it's very important that this problem of the AMR must be addressed at this juncture. Let's see, next one. See here, no antibiotics today, no cures tomorrow. That is what World Health Organization says. Let's see how to address AMR. See, again, here I am just putting some of these points just to illustrate, so that you can orient your thinking onto what I'm trying to say is. Otherwise, there are variety of other methods by which AMR is to be addressed. Number one, develop new antibiotics. Yes, fine, as the microbes are becoming resistant to already existing antibiotics, you develop new antibiotics. But remember, we, as far as development of the new antibiotics is concerned, in the last 75 years or so, when the first penicillin was discovered, and then later on a lot of other groups of antibiotics have been discovered, we have almost reached a dead end. We are not able to produce new antibiotics or newer classes of antibiotics. When I say newer antibiotics, I mean newer classes of antibiotics, or means the scaffolds. We are not able to get new scaffolds. It's the same old scaffold, whether it is the penicillin scaffolds, cephalosporin scaffolds, or these are the other scaffolds. So it is only when you get a new scaffold and then you are able to drive first generation, second generation, third generation antibiotics out of it, that you really make a progress in the development of the antibiotics. Otherwise, as far as older scaffolds are concerned, just putting some more tinkering with those, we have almost reached. I mean, the organic chemists, they have almost reached a dead end, and they are unable to produce new antibiotics. Not only that, see, in the last 2 to 3 decades or so, producing antibiotics is a very, very, it's not at all lucrative business. It's not at all, because in the last 3 decades or so, diseases like diabetes mellitus, coronary artery diseases, and variety of other diseases, they have taken, you can say, the center stage. As a result of which, pharma industry, they are interested more into developing those, you can say, therapies for them, because that is more lucrative. They can earn more money. A diabetics is always a diabetics, whereas an antibiotics will be required only for 5 days, 10 days maximum. So, and then these antibiotics are heavily subsidized also. So you can see, although developing a new antibiotic may take 10 years and millions of dollars, but the returns are very low. But anyway, looking at the AMR, now there is a consortium of approximately 25 pharma industries all over the globe, which they have signed an agreement that they will invest into producing new or developing new antibiotics. Then what else you could do? Restrict or decrease the excessive use of antibiotics. So how do we do that? See, one of the best thing is that you educate the people. Of course, we know that the doctors and other medical personnel, they know they don't want to use excessive medicine, but at times they have to, because there are no good diagnostics where they can take a very appropriate use and appropriate antibiotic. So they have to give a broad spectrum antibiotic, okay, even though it may not be effective, and they might have to change it later on. So but otherwise, those stakeholders like general public or other people, they need to be educated about the that these excessive antibiotics should not be used. How to do that? Then do not use antibiotics in animal husbandry or agriculture. Absolutely unnecessary. Must be struck down with a heavy hand. Already things are there, penalties are being put, but again, it will take some time before this becomes a more of a universal phenomenon. Develop rapid diagnostics for infectious diseases, including AMR. How it will help? See, more infectious, as you know, more diagnostics, immediately you can diagnose an infectious disease, okay, and immediately prescribe a proper antibiotic, and you can cure. Otherwise, if an infectious disease is not diagnosed properly, then it will continue for a longer period of time. Longer duration of antibiotic treatment will be required. Similarly, for AMR, if we are able to know what kind of a resistance or susceptibility a microbe has, a pathogenic microbe has, we can quickly give an appropriate antibiotic instead of prescribing a higher order antibiotic and misusing those higher order antibiotics, which are really needed for a more serious kind of therapies or surgeries or infections. Develop new vaccines, because as you develop more and more vaccines, good vaccines for infectious diseases, the number of the people who are getting infections will decrease. Okay, that means, so you can see how vaccines will affect antibiotics. As you develop more vaccines, the number of the people infected with the infectious diseases will decrease, so less of the antibiotics will be used. Similarly, to address this problem, again, we have a variety of things here, but again, these are some of the illustrative points. So finally, in the last 2 years or so, scientists, they have realized that AMR is a very complex problem. You can see here. See, develop new antibiotics. It means pharma industry is involved here. Scientists are involved. Restrict decrease of excessive use of antibiotics. Public health is involved here. Okay, do not use antibiotics in animal husbandry. That means people, veterinarians are required, agriculturists are required, or environmental people are required. They should be aware about the antibiotics. Diagnostics people are required. So AMR is a very complex problem. This realization is in the last 2 years or so only. See, this new term. So a new term has come that is called as One Health. So the AMR needs to be addressed by One Health approach, which means everyone has to interact with each other and then take remedial measures. Not that doctors, scientists, agriculturists, they are working individually on this problem. No, some kind of lot of networking has to be developed, and several of these problems related to AMR can be discussed only by this One Health approach. This One Health primarily means where medical doctors or the medical scientists plus the veterinarians because they are involved with food also, food animals, their health, plus the environmentalists, because many of them, they may be related to agriculture, the others related to wastewaters. They all have to come together and devise certain concerted together approach, what is called as a One Health approach to solve this problem. So you can see here, one of the approaches here is to develop some rapid diagnostics. Okay, and that is where comes the subject of this talk. That means developing rapid new diagnostics, especially the point of care diagnostics, can also alleviate the problem of the AMR. So now let's come to with this kind of a background, let's come to what is a point of care test. Point of care test, diagnostics test, you are all very well aware, it is a simple and a rapid, less than 30 minutes. See, this 30 minutes is no sacrosanct, but this is just, I have put it, or at least for some AMR development, some agencies, they are insisting that the test should take less than 30 minutes. So that is a simple and rapid diagnostic test, requires minimum manipulations. Results can be interpreted unequivocally. Unequivocally means without any ambiguity, yes or no, positive or negative, like that, no in between. Does not require much expertise, does not require. That means even lay people can, or people with some minimal expertise can conduct and interpret the results, give actionable results. That means the moment you get the results out of the test, you can immediately go into action. Preferably can be performed near the bedside of the patient or on the spot. On the spot, that is what is called as the point of care. Point of care, bedside. That is the point of care, or anywhere where the patient is present. Not in a centralized laboratory that you take the sample, you send it to a lab, it will go there again after 2 days, the sample, or the next day the results will come, and then you start taking action. No, if that kind of a thing is there, it is not a point of care test. So it is near the bedside. bedside is basically the point of care. So that's why it's called a point of care test. On the spot, preferably the format should be sample in, result out. The moment you put the sample, clinical sample, whether it is blood, urine, the result should come out. Not that you have to interpret something. So this format is called as sample in, result out. Cost effective, scalable. So this is what is a point of care test. That means a very simple test which can be performed very easily near the patient, or by the patient himself, or his attendants, or his or medical experts, or even technicians who can perform this. Let's see. Next one. Why we need a POCT? See, because a patient or a physician or a medical care team, if you give them a point of care test, they will receive quick results. They won't have to wait for the results. So as the results available, immediate clinical management. They can quickly decide, oh, sugar has gone up, oh, antibiotic resistance to the organism or the infection of this patient is resistant to cephalosporins or quinolones. So take another antibiotic. Okay, immediate clinical. So that will lead to immediate clinical management, so better patient care. So that is the utility of the. Let me give you some very common examples. I think this is a test. This is the one, the oximeter, which you have all very recently seen. The moment you put your finger in, you get oxygen, pulse rate, etc. This is a point of care test. Every house more or less has these things. Even a child can perform it. Anyone can do it. This is a point of care test. This is that thermal thermometer. Simply you point this towards the face or the head of the forehead of the patient, you get the temperature. This is a point of care test. You can do it anywhere you can do it. You can produce it in any number. Okay, this is the very one of the first ones to be developed is the pregnancy test. Can be done at home. Okay, if there are, this is a control line. This is if there is a one line, this is not pregnant, but if it is both of lines, it is a positive. This can be done at home. This is basically a lot of lateral flow assays. We call it as lateral flow assays, where immunological reactions take place here, and this is developed here. This is another one. I think many of you must have seen. It's a new AccuCheck. How to use? See, this is for blood glucose sugar. Quickly, you can, within a matter of 5 minutes, you can do your glucose check. Okay, this is the glucometer. See, here there is this is a lancelet. This lancelet is put into this pen, where it will this will, you can prick immediately, and then there is a strip here in this. You take that strip in and soak the blood at one edge. It will go up. Then put it here. You quickly know that within less than 30 seconds, or I mean, right from here, the moment you put the strip, within 30 seconds, you will get what is the glucose level in your blood or in urine, whatever you may do it. But this is AccuCheck is primarily is for the blood glucose. So these are all point of care tests. There can be several other examples I can give you, but this is just illustrative. I have taken some very common examples so that you can relate these, what these point of care devices are, what are the requirements here, and how do they work. And so whenever we are trying to develop a point of care test, you will know from at least from this background that this kind of a requirement is there. Let's see, I give you an example of a microbiology, because I am a microbiologist and this is more of a microbiology lecture, AMR. It's more, of course, it is not only microbiology. As I said, it's an extremely complex problem. This is a Helicobacter pylori detection. Helicobacter pylori, is a bacterium which is present in our duodenum or in gastric mucosa, as a result of which it may cause to peptic ulcers because it produces a lot of acidity and can lead to peptic ulcers. Very difficult at one time because it's very difficult to culture this organ outside. So we have a test called as CLO test. CLO is basically Campylobacter-like organism. Helicobacter pylori earlier was known as Campylobacter, but now it is called as Helicobacter pylori. So, or it is, in other words, this is also a Campylobacter-like organism. See, this is a tablet kind of a thing. This tablet, the moment, when a surgeon is doing an endoscopy, he'll just takes a small biopsy and put it onto this, and within half an hour or so, if it or not half an hour, within minutes, of course the time may vary from test to test, within minutes if it turns into this violet color, which means it is the person is having an infection of the Helicobacter pylori. So you can see here, while please mark my word, it is while a gastroenterologist surgeon is performing an endoscopy, he can right at that time he can do this test and know whether a person is having Helicobacter pylori or not. This is nothing but a point of care test. All over the globe it is being used. So with this introduction, let's see now this portion. I have already explained it to you. What is AMR? Let's come to now AMR and point of care, or point of care in AMR, which, as I said, is the topic for today. Let's see. See, this is what is happen. This is what happens in a traditional medical laboratory or a clinical setting. See, this is the ward, or this is the inpatient, or this is called as a ward, or this is the patient, bedside patient. Here is the patient here, here's the doctor or the technician here coming, here you have all the gadgetry. The sample from here goes to the laboratory, the centralized lab. It goes there, it comes back. I mean, the results come back. Now, it may take, depending upon the type of the test, but what going to discuss is about the AMR, about the culture and sensitivity. How do we know if this person is having an infection, what kind of an infection he has, and what is which antibiotic will be most appropriate. Instead of giving an antibiotic based on more other kind of calculations, we exactly would know only if we do a culture and sensitivity of the microorganisms present in the infectious locus. Okay, so it happens like this all over the globe. This is the practice all over the globe. It's not I'm talking about India or developing countries or developed world, nothing like that. It's all over the globe. As far as AMR is concerned, this is the practice. And it will take how much time? It may take, on the maximum, it may take 72 hours. Sample goes, culture is done, organism is identified, and then culture sensitivity is done with the antibiotic and the results go. It takes 72 hours. But you think this patient can wait for 72 hours? No. He has to be given antibiotic immediately. It is only after 72 hours the patient, he may die much before because of this infection or bacteremia. So this AMR, the conventional method of doing AMR, is not suitable for this kind of situations. So some antibiotic has to be given, and the physicians, they do give antibiotics depending upon their experience. They do it. By the time the results come, so they can modify their prescription of the antibiotic accordingly. Let's see. Another thing is OPD patient. For example, this is an OPD here. OPD may be just a doctor. You may go to a doctor in your locality. You may go to a hospital. You may go to a nursing home. So what he will do? He will again do the same thing. But normally they do not do this. They do not. They directly prescribe the antibiotics here. based on their experience of identifying what is the locus of the infection, what are the signs and symptoms, at what kind of antibiotics are effective. So they will prescribe the antibiotics. Even if they do this, again, it will take 72 hours. If you go to a doctor, he will say, okay, I have sent your sample for testing. You come after 3 days. For example, if you have a toothache, do you think you will be able to do that? No, you will say, I need an antibiotic, right? I need relief at this stage. So that 72-hour doesn't work. But supposing if you have a test where this can be done quickly, within a matter of 30 minutes, blood is taken or infectious sample is taken, urine is taken, or here itself in the outpatient or in the clinic or in the nursing home, it can be done within 30 minutes, culture and sensitivity. Of course, you cannot do culture. As a microbiologist, you should know that culturing takes a minimum of 18 hours. So how you will do culture and sensitivity here? And without culture and sensitivity, you cannot get the results. So that is why we need a very innovative kind of a test where you probably have to forego or totally avoid the culturing the microbes, which will take minimum of the at least 18 hours or so, and then the sensitivity is determined. Let's see next one. So it is something like this. When a person suspects infection or a problem, a throat infection, ear UTI, person goes to the doctor, doctor clinically examines patient and suspects infection. Doctor prescribes an antibiotic without doing this thing, testing, prescribes an antibiotic based on his experience. Then doctor generally prescribes a broad spectrum because he doesn't know what kind of infection it is, what kind of a sensitive the organ has. He will always try to give you a broad spectrum antibiotic, although even a non-broad spectrum or a first generation antibiotic may do. So that means this broad spectrum antibiotic is being misused. This microbe will develop resistance to these broad spectrum antibiotics. Okay, when it is only being prescribed for a throat infection or some wound infection, it is not needed. There are several other antibiotics who can do the job. These are the antibiotics which are required for the purpose of very serious surgeries. So that means other thing is he can do this thing. Okay, the doctor can do again culture sensitive, but again it will take 48 to 72 hours, which these are the various tests, dilution test or a Kirby-Ball test or a E-test. This is what we call as a E-test. Okay, E-test is currently becoming most popular all over the globe, and these are not being followed these days. Very, very effective test. There's this long strip kind of a thing where the antibiotic is, this is called as an E-test. This E-test. So that means if somehow we can decrease this timing can be decreased, so the doctor can quickly do this kind of a thing. So he will not prescribe broad spectrum antibiotic. He will prescribe only the antibiotic which is required. If a broad spectrum is required, fine. But not that most of the time he will provide a broad spectrum antibiotic. Okay, at times, for example, he comes to know that there is no bacterium, nothing, only it's a viral infection. He will not prescribe the antibiotic at all. So the use of the antibiotics will come down. So that is the utility of a point of care test for developing for AMR and how it can help in alleviating the problem of the AMR. Let's see here. I give you an example. See, this is again from Jim O'Neill. See here. This is penicillin resistance. And this is in terms of the amount of the antibiotic used. The more the antibiotic used, more is the resistance. Anywhere in the world, if you see, depending upon the amount of the antibiotic being used, the resistance is that much prevalent in that country. So that means if we can bring this use down all over the globe or in whatever country where we bring the we are going to bring down the antibiotic resistance. Okay, this I have already shown it to you. This I have shown. Let's see now, how do we develop that point of care test for antibiotics, for a point of care test for AMR. Now, remember, the idea is to develop a point of care test. It should fulfill all the prerequisites of a test. Remember, the results, the sensitivity or resistance infecting should be available in less than 30 minutes. So the moment you say 30 minutes, all the culture methods are out. Whatever till date all over the globe is available is all culture methods, culture and sensitivity, and that we have to make it out if we have to develop a POC. Now, something innovative must be done to develop a point of care test for AMR. Now, as I said, a variety of scientists are developing a variety of approaches to develop a point of care test all over the globe. And I will illustrate one or two examples which are the forerunners or the front runners in the whole world, where we expect that some point of care will come out maybe in the coming 5 years or so. And then finally, I will tell you what is our approach at South Campus. We have a AMR group with other collaborators. So what approach we are following? Let's see. One of the approach, if you ask me, see, this is your take-home message is that a simple rapid test available. See, so if it is available, POC is available, leading to decrease in the development of antibiotic, because it will cut down the excessive use of antibiotics, number one. It will also cut down the use of the broad spectrum antibiotics indiscriminately, unnecessary use. So again, we are preserving our most favored antibiotics or most effective antibiotics, most broad spectrum antibiotics. We are saving, we are not misusing them on simple infections, as a result of which the bacteria develop resistance. So from this is the take-home message. Let's see this. So this is what it is. Now the first approach, which I tell you is a front runner all over the globe. This is being developed in Germany with one of German university and with a collaboration with an industry. So what they are trying to do is, it is an imaging technology. So what they do is, they will simply, this is an antibiotic cell, and then is the culture here. But remember, this culture method is not being used for 18 hours. Here you put the bacterium or your sample, bacterium or your clinical sample, whether it is urine or whether it is blood containing the microbe, and then it comes in contact with the antibiotic for a very short period of time. How much? Hardly few minutes. The bacterium comes in contact with the antibiotic for a few minutes, and then it changes some shape, and then you use microscopy, a very powerful microscopy, to do this structure analysis of these microbes. Okay, and then finally using an AI approach, because you cannot use a couple of cells. You will have to use millions of cells to arrive at some kind of a inference on the shape change. So this is the microscope. From here you see this, and then now all this thing is being developed. All this large material which you see is being developed on a small platform, on a chip kind of a thing. Okay, so from this shape change, it will tell you whether the microbe is sensitive or resistant. That means the whole test will not take more than 30 minutes at all. It may take even 10 minutes, it may take even 15 minutes to know whether a microbe is sensitive or resistant to a particular antibiotic, because you will have to do it with a panel of antibiotics. currently this is not being done with clinical. This is being done with purified bacterial cells, E. coli and staph, etc. Okay, but they show these a group of people, they have shown that this is very promising, and now they are trying to, this has to be upgraded to a clinical sample. It has to be upgraded to variety of microbes, variety of antibiotics, and then integrated into a microfluidics platform. Microfluidics platform means a small chip kind of a thing where the whole system will work. Now, this imaging-based technologies, which are a combination with artificial intelligence, are probably, in my opinion, they are the frontline runners in terms of this race to develop a point-of-care test for AMR. But I think even if the recent publication says that it will not be before another 3 years or so that they will be able to put any kind of equipment into the market. So that's one. So you can see how big way imaging is coming in studying the bacteria, and it will totally do away with the culture. Next, let's see, MALDI-TOF MS. See, routinely used for identification of bacteria in clinical laboratories, currently being tested for antimicrobial susceptibility testing, or for this purpose, very useful in the rapid detection of AMR mediated by enzymes like beta-lactamases, because beta-lactamase will break down the beta-lactam ring and will create the metabolite. That metabolite can be detected by MALDI-TOF. So indirectly indicating that a beta-lactamase is present. Okay, a beta-lactamase is present, so as a result of which a beta-lactam antibiotic cannot be prescribed. So this is another, currently this is being used for identification, MALDI-TOF, but now it is increasingly being identified for AMR. Some laboratories are doing it for AMR also, but it is not acceptable, and it still needs to be developed over a period of time before we can really use MALDI-TOF MS for knowing the antimicrobial resistance or antimicrobial susceptibility of the bacteria. But if it is developed, it will be a very, very useful, very, very useful and a very, very quick test. It will certainly be less than 30-minute test. But remember, it is not going to be a point of care, because MALDI-TOF equipment, you will have to miniaturize it into a small format. Then and only then it will become a point of care test. So this is, in my view, is a second approach, which is you can say a second runner in this race to develop a AMR test. Then the third is flow cytometry. See, a flow cytometer permits changes in morphology, physiology, okay, or metabolic activity of the cells, okay, after a very short exposure to antibiotics. Again, same thing what we saw in imaging. Okay, the moment we expose it for a very short period of time, there will be some change in morphology, which can be detected by imaging, physiology, and metabolic activity. That can be detected by flow cytometry by using certain dyes. Okay, as a result of which, again, the susceptibility or the resistance will be determined between overnight or 1 to 2 hours. Either it will take overnight, but if it takes overnight, it is too long, but it is 1 or 2 hours, fine, it will be very good. Although it is still off the 30-minute mark, but still it will be a big advancement. So this the scientists or the people, or several people, see, several groups, it's not only one group. Similarly imaging, similarly MALDI-TOF, it's not only one group is developing these kind of things. Several groups are developing these things. Variety of their variations are being developed to fit into a point of care test. So these are just 3 examples I've given you, but not 3. There are several others. See, several other examples are there, but they are more, many of them, they are simply ideas. Many of them simply are on a very, very experimental basis. So we do not know how they are going to fare tomorrow. So I'm not taking those, but these are again some illustrative examples. Let's see what is our approach. Our approach, our approach means our group's approach is group by group. I mean is University of Delhi South Campus AMR group. We have which is primarily with the biophysics department, some clinicians, and some engineers from IIT. Now, resistance gene array, that is our approach. Resistance genes array for detection of antimicrobial resistance in a POC format. So this was funded by BIRAC as well as Nesta UK. Let's see. We are in a very preliminary stage. That is a technical feasibility. Technical feasibility is that it is more or less like a, you can say, a laptop kind of a size design, where the whole instrument, where that's what we are thinking of. Here a sample, there is a port for sample, where the sample, let's say for the time we are targeting urine, lysis will take place of the bacteria present in the urine, DNA isolation will take place, digestion will take place, and all these will be in situ, and these samples will be labeled with a fluorescent dye, and then from here the sample will go to a microfluidics column. This is also part of microfluidics. Okay, all this isolation of DNA, it goes into microfluidics, and then we have that array here based from resistance genes array. If the resistance genes are there, they will get these are the probes. Okay, if the resistance genes are there in the DNA, in the bacterial sample, they will get hybridized here, because this is the array here, DNA array for the resistance genes, which we have taken from, prepared from our in-house DNA databases, as well as from one other present from the worldwide, that I will come to. And once that is there, these will be highlighted, and from here the information goes to what kind of resistance is there, and based on that it will suggest the treatment. Okay, treatment will be to start with the least or the most or the simple antibiotics, and at a later date the highly broad spectrum antibiotics. Okay, so that means broad spectrum antibiotics can to be used only depending on the discretion of the clinician. Otherwise, this can be, if it is gets highlighted with a simple antibiotics, if simple antibiotics can be used, as a result of which the broad spectrum antibiotics will not be used excessively and will be saved. Let's see. This is here our work components. We have got 5 groups here. There is a group which is developing a resistance gene array. There is another one, it is developing DNA isolation, melting and shearing, labeling group. Then there is a resistance gene microarray design. Then there is an algorithm driven selection of antibiotics, and then the integration of all these components into a microfluidics. These are the various groups we have, and these are team members. These are some of our team members, and these are some postdocs. These are other collaborators. Then this is our own in-house beta-lactamase database, which we have prepared. We are using that for making a resistance array. Not only that, we are using all these are databases. All these are databases. Okay, and one of the best databases is from McMaster's University. That McMaster's University is taking information from all resistance genes from all these databases and upgrading them every month. So we are using some of them. McMaster's I think it is ARBD. ARBD is the one we are using. And finally, along with this, some other, our own, because the ARBD gives you almost all publications on the resistant genes all over the globe, which is being collated every month, being upgraded, checked. So we are using that for making the microarray for resistance genes. And this is here, we started with, this is the design and line diagram design, and this is what we got, as I said, from the Barak and from the Nesta UK. This is Priyanka, my students, who is the one who's developing the resistance gene array. And this is finally what we have come. This is only on the paper. This is, don't think that we have developed the whole machine, but we are developing some individual components. See, these are the lysis components. Okay, this is the microarray design. Not microarray, it is resistance gene array basically. And then these are the treatment options. So these are individually being worked, designed, and being tested, and then all this has to be put together where the sample is put here, lysis takes place, all these are waste reservoir, lysis buffer, everything, labeling buffer, and then this thing comes up. And this is how we are slowly developing into it. So I'll just give you one message for the students who are interested in startups here. See, if you have an idea, if you feel there is an idea, okay, you take inputs from other stakeholders to see whether your idea is really worth working or not, okay, and then build a team, and then you further make a company, go to an incubator, prototype, funding. But idea which I'm telling is that if you have an idea, as far as its proof of principle is concerned, proof of principle can be done during your MTech, when you take 2 years for doing your MTech or 3 or 4 years for doing your PhD. Okay, during that period, if you can identify idea well in time during your BTech or so, maybe, or even your MTech, you can utilize this time to test the proof of the principle of that idea, and then later on get into this. And if you see that the proof of principle is okay and your idea is okay, it is to some extent for you during your PhD and MS thesis, you find that it is workable, you can go ahead, so that by the time you come up with a PhD, you already have these things ready to develop into a startup. So again, emphasis is that those 2 years of MTech or 3 years of PhD, the thesis work or your research work can be utilized to test the proof of the principle of your idea. Next, I think these are the acknowledgements. We have taken money from almost, this is all for my research, not for this project, for all my research, almost there is no agency which we have not taken money from. These are all my students who have been working on genomics of Yersinia, from Yersinia to beta lactamases, from beta lactamases to point of care test. Okay, postdocs and PhD students. And I would like to thank you very much for your patience listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for being with us and interacting with us. The information was really very advanced, very helpful, and I hope everyone will be benefited by this information. I request Dr. Aitekar to proceed.
Yes. Good afternoon, Professor VD. Thank you so much for such an invaluable and innovative lecture. When the whole world is talking, hello, am I audible?
Pleasure. My pleasure. Yeah, you are audible. Yes.
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you for this informative lecture. I mean, when the whole world is talking about COVID disease and its pandemic, I think you have wisely caught our attention to the, the very important and burning clinical issue of antimicrobial resistance. So that is an incredible and excellent job done by you. Thank you for choosing this topic. The way you have explained the emergence of this AMR, causes and the severity of the problem, which can be like life-threatening, and it was really eye-opening to all of us. I think there is a huge urge to develop the point of care detection method so that we can quickly decide clinical management strategy. And I think it was nicely described in every slide of your presentation. So thank you so much, sir, for this excellent and very elaborative lecture. I have to congratulate you for your project research project, especially, and being a part of this great team to address the key issue of AMR. So thank you so much. With this, I declare the session is open for the discussion. Can we have any questions from the audience? I will request Dr. VD to explain or answer those questions.
Yeah, sure.
Do we have any questions?
From the audience, Rutuja is with us. She is asking whether there are any recent advances to combat antimicrobial resistance.
Yes, recent advances in?
To combat antimicrobial resistance.
So, see, I have already told you that there are a variety of ways in which you have to combat. Develop new antibiotics, develop new diagnostics, and a lot of research is going on these fronts. But if you ask me anything which is a sort of a breakthrough which has come and will give us an edge on in terms of controlling AMR or giving an upper hand onto this problem, there is nothing like that. The things are coming. A lot of research is going on. A lot of new things are coming, and not as such where I can tell you that, okay, look here, this is something which has come through a breakthrough. Okay, if you ask me, the breakthrough is that imaging technology. If they come up, probably this problem will be not solved. It will be affected to a large extent, and maybe a diagnostics for next 100 years, the diagnosis of AMR will be solved. If the imaging technology works for 100 years, probably no new test will come.
Thank you so much, sir. Your answer was really beneficial. We have one more question, that are these POC test kits commonly available for research purpose?
See, yes, people are developing these tests. See, I have already told you there are people who have developed these point of care tests, like even an oximeter is a point of care test. The one which you are taking for sugar, that is also sugar, blood sugar determination. People have taken years to develop them. See, remember as a sugar, I remember as a child, I used to, as a young boy, BSc students, we used to hear about that people are developing these kind of, it is only in the recently after 40 years that they have become available. So it takes years to develop these kind of tests. Okay. And similarly in biochemistry, I have just taken some examples from the microbiology. There are biochemistry people, they have developed, you see, in biochemistry, you know, there are a lot of blood tests are to be done, urea, creatinine, all kind of, okay, LDH, whatnot, kidney function test, liver function test. Scientists, they have come up with a Abbott. This is basically developed by the company Abbott. They have developed a point of care test, what is called as iStat. See, iStat is nothing but a kind of the way you have a long remote control for the television, that kind of a thing, where you have to simply put a drop of blood, and within minutes the whole data around, I think, 50 or 60 tests will scroll out like this. See, what I have discussed is only from a microbiology point of view, from an AMR point of view. But look at biochemistry. 50 or 60 tests which will normally, okay, take a couple of hours, or at least 1 day or 2 days. Or when we were students, it used to take a couple of days before do all these tests. But now, in an emergency, see, these are the equipment which are needed in an ICU, for example. The moment you see if there is an increase in some glucose level, decrease in some other cytokine levels, how do you have to take a quick action, otherwise the patient is going to die. If at that time you start taking a sample and send it to a central laboratory, they will send you back It is no purpose. The purpose is right on the bedside. Immediately within a blood prick, the physician will come and see, oh, the person is swooning. He's just becoming unconscious. Just quickly take the prick out, prick his finger, take, and 50 tests will come out. All biochemical parameters will come out within 1 minute on a printed sheet, just the way you see from a scroll out. It will come out like this. You see, oh, look, this is the parameter which has totally gone out of control. Please quickly give this medicine, and you are able to control this person. So this is the utility of the parameters. This kind of test. Similarly, let's say take microbiology point of view. Those patients who are suffering from bacteremia, that means whole infection is in the blood. Very serious cases, very serious cases. You have to give them antibiotics. Okay. If the antibiotic hits properly, fine. That's why a physician will give always a broad spectrum antibiotic, because he has to hit it. But in the process, they are misusing. All over the globe, this is happening. This is being misused, those antibiotics. But supposing if you have an AMR test, a point of care test, where you simply take the blood and see, oh, look, this bacterium is not resistant to is not sensitive to cephalosporins. It is it is sensitive to quinolones. Quickly change the antibiotic by intravenous drip, and you will be able to save the patients. But if you start taking his sample, it will be sent to the central laboratory. They will take culture. They will do sensitivity. After 3 days, it will come. No. By 3 days, the patient is all gone. But anyway, the decision, the doctor knows that it will take so much of time. So he will not stop giving antibiotics. He will give antibiotics to the best of his knowledge. Okay, what this organism could be, what kind of infection it is, what could be the organism. This has this kind of antibiotic resistance, so let me give this antibiotic. Okay, he will save the patient, but the chances are there he may not be able to save. The way the microbes are becoming resistant, his guess or his knowledge may totally fail. See, what is the criteria he will take? Okay, look, I am say in South India. In South India, I know the urinary tract infections, E. coli, they are resistant to these things. So let me give this antibiotic which will cure it. Fine, but he doesn't know by this time, in the couple of few months or 1 year or so, that organism has developed resistant to this antibiotics also, to which he is thinking it is sensitive. But if you have a point of care test will clearly tell you, look, this is sensitive to this antibiotic only. So give that antibiotic and the patient can be saved. It is quite possible at that time you need an antibiotic which is much first generation. Third generation may not need. You are giving it third generation antibiotic thinking that this will work. This will be, totally work, but it may not work, because the organisms have developed resistant to, because of the excessive use of those antibiotics. It may still be sensitive to first generation, but it is only point of care test which will tell you that. Physician will not give and will never give a first generation penicillin, because he thinks everything is resistant. So all this kind of complex decisions have to be taken. There are complex things which these clinicians face in their practice. And if this kind of tests are there, that will be greatly useful, both in terms of decreasing the use of broad spectrum. We don't want to waste our broad spectrum antibiotics for every small thing, because microbes will develop resistance to them otherwise. We want to save them. And we don't want to use excessive antibiotics, that every small thing you start using antibiotics. For every throat infection, for every nose infection, you use antibiotics. Whether it is a viral or a bacterial, you take antibiotic. The more you expose the microbes to antibiotics, the more resistance to the develop. So this kind of a point of care test will also cut down the use of antibiotics. But then that is not the only problem. The problem is the use has to be cut down in several other areas also, where a large amount of antibiotics are to be used. Animal husbandry, as I said, in animal husbandry, the antibiotics which are used in their food and feed of chicken, poultry and pig farming is huge as compared to what is being used for the human beings. Only because that gives them a weight gain. Weight gain means lot of commercial value, lot of money for them. But how is it playing havoc, and how is it going to play havoc in the coming years? This has to be brought to the knowledge, and this some kind of a movement has to be built up. Movement is already there. See, movement is already there. People are not eating chicken and other things, poultry or pig meat, those who use antibiotics on their farms. They are boycotting them. They only use those animals where on those farms where the antibiotics are not being used. And these companies, they very proudly advertise that our product is antibiotic free. Not only that, once their products are antibiotic free, they also get a variety of subsidies from the government. They will get a lot of tax reliefs. This is how government is trying to encourage that. No pharma is developing antibiotics. No pharma. All the top pharma names you hear, they are manufacturing either anti-diabetics, anti-rheumatic, coronary heart disease, because that is a long-term medicine. If a person starts taking a diabetic medicine, he will take it for another 40 years, 50 years. There's a lot of profit. Whereas an antibiotic, a patient will hardly take for 5 days, get cured, finish. And they are subsidized. The price is subsidized. So they are high cost. Development of cost of antibiotics is very high, but at the same time, returns are very low. No, all over the globe, top companies, none of them is making antibiotics, new antibiotics. It is only with the this problem, when the AMR problem is being highlighted, that approximately 25 countries, they have come together, to 25 big pharma, they have come together and given a written agreement to the WHO that, look, we understand the problem of the AMR and we will develop newer antibiotics. We will put money into it also beside our other programs. Similarly for diagnostics. So this is a complex problem. That's what they say, that it has to be handled with one health approach. It's not only the doctors, it's the veterinarians, environmentalists. See, a large amount of antibiotics from these pharma industries, they are being thrown into the residue. Professor Deshmukh told that how one of the companies in Pune, they were making penicillins. They were using that biomass of penicillium notatum, which they use, that contains a lot of residual antibiotic. They will throw it into the water because it is a waste. India has earned a very bad name in that there are hundreds of industries in India, especially in Hyderabad areas, along the river side, who are pumping tons of waste into the pharma, antibiotic waste, fungal waste, etc., into the rivers, and is contributing to the development of the AMR. So who will come here? No one is coming into picture, neither doctor nor veterinarians. It's the environmentalists. Water experts, river experts, ecological experts, they have to come and look into that problem. A microbiologist will not go and look to those things. A doctor will not, a veterinarian will not, an agricultural will not. It's the environmentalist who has to tackle that problem. So that is why it is called as a complex problem, and one health approach has to be followed. I hope I have not overshot in terms of time.
Thank you so much, sir, for guiding us. I request Dr. Aitekar to proceed.
It's very true, sir. Very true. I'm totally agree. Being the part of the medical professional and a microbiologist, we have several times we also have experienced this problem that many of the pathogens, they are totally resistant, and clinician usually seek guidance or some instruction or direction from the microbiologist. So
Yes.
in that case, we definitely feel helpless, and we also feel what we can do and what best we can offer to the end user, maybe in terms of patient treatment or maybe for the survival of the patient. That is actually a very challenging issue for us to deal. And I think we should have some point of care detection method where the molecular methods and many amalgamation of many different fundamental sciences are coming together, and they are developing and they're trying for it. But what I feel is we should have some cost effective technique, because when
Yes.
we talk to the patient at the same time, they look for the reasonability of the test. So what
True.
definitely none of the technique is 100% effective. They comes up with some flaw and the effectiveness. So I appreciate that medical professional as well as many researchers from different field, they are taking interest in this. And that was my actual question, not really question, but I this is a platform, I think, where we can have our attention to the one thing, that abuse of antibiotic is the root
Yes.
cause of this AI issue, which is
Very well.
actually a
Very well.
life-threatening and burning issue. So I think
Yes.
it is definitely not medical professional. There are several other professionals from environment, agriculture field. They all should come together, and they should develop some governmental policies so that we can definitely have a control over this misuse or the abuse of the antibiotic till the time we get the new and the updated techniques.
Very
So
right.
thank you, sir. Thank
Very
you
right.
for such an
Very right.
informative.
Very right.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Namita. Thank you, Mansi. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I'm also thankful to the craft team from Sandip University and MSI for inviting me for this scientific session. It was really delightful for me. Thank you. Thank you so much. Over to you,
Thank
Mansi.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Virdi, for giving us in-depth knowledge of about many things. And thank you, Dr. Aitekar, for chairing the session and being with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you
Bye.
very much.
Proceeding further, I feel great to introduce our third scientific expert, Professor Mrs. R.S. Bendre of Chemical Sciences, who is going to deliver an expert talk on insect growth regulators as an alternatives to insecticides. I feel great to introduce Madam. Professor Bendre have completed graduation, masters as well as PhD from University of Pune with specialization in chemistry and actively working as an HOD of Pesticides and Agrochemicals Department at North Maharashtra University since the past 25 years, also guiding many MPhil and doctoral students. Madam is also the member of various scientific societies like Indian Council of Chemists, Catalysis Society of India, Society of Material Chemistry, and Association of Solid State Chemistry and Allied Sciences Jammu. Professor Bendre has more than 80 national and international publications and also patent granted to her credential. Madam has successfully completed six of the major projects. She is a recipient of UGC BSR Mid-Career award and received a fund of 10 lakhs to carry out a research on the topic gold versus platinum complexes as anti-cancer agents. She is currently leading two of the major projects. Presently, she is working as coordinator of UGC SAP DSA 1 project worth 1.9 crores. I feel honored to introduce her and I request Professor Bendre to address us. I also request Dr. Lokhande to chair the session. I welcome Dr. Lokhande. Over to you, madam.
Thank you very much, madam. Good afternoon, all. I'm sure the screen must be visible to you. Today, I'm going to talk on insect growth regulators as alternatives to insecticides. The three needs of man, now they are more, but the three fundamental needs, food, shelter, and clothing, these are fulfilled by natural resources, particularly plants and agriculture. But however, there is a lot of increase in population, and because of that, it is becoming difficult to satisfy all these needs. The increase in population, if you see, it is going with a high slope, and in 2021, it is around 7.9 billion. Along with the increase in population, there are certain problems like for scarcity of food, like drought, famine, and green revolution has helped us, which has started from 1963, and because of that we became self-sufficient and we started exporting food. The old farming practices were replaced by today's new farming practices with various instruments and appliances. Barren land was taken under cultivation, and in green revolution lot of agricultural produce was obtained. Hand picking of cotton was replaced by uh, harvester, which is helping us, and along with that number of agrochemicals are helping this agriculture. And so the agrochemicals, these are defined as chemical substances which protect, preserve, and regulate growth of plants, thus improving crop yield. So basically, agrochemicals are divided into three topics: pesticides, fertilizers, and PGRs. PGR stands for plant growth regulators. Examples are indole acetic acid or naphthoxic acetic acid. And apart from that, pesticide forms a very big class of agrochemicals where lot of insecticides, herbicides are there. Although these molecules, insecticides like eldosulfan, malathion, they were used in agriculture in lot of
I guess there is some technical problem. Professor Bendre will join soon. We are trying to reconnect. I request all the viewers to be with us. Professor Bendre is trying to reconnect. She will be here very soon. Professor Bendre is with us. I request her to proceed with her lecture.
Is the screen visible, madam?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible. You can proceed, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry, there was some problem with the connection. I did not come to know and I continued talking.
It's okay, ma'am. It's okay.
Okay, the topic is insect growth regulators, IGRs as alternatives to insecticides. Food, shelter and clothing, these are the fundamental needs of man and these are mostly fulfilled from agriculture. But there is increase in population at vast level and that's why it is becoming difficult, and there is a challenge in front of us to feed the large population. So increase in population, if you see, it is with a great slope, and in 2021 it is around 7.9 billion, and this is creating scarcity of food. Along with that, drought and famine, they are causing scarcity of food. That's why green revolution was started in 1963, and we became self-sufficient in terms of food, and we started exporting food. Old farming practices which protect preserve and regulate growth of plants and thus they improve crop yield. Agrochemicals are nothing but organisms which protect preserve and regulate growth of plants and thus they improve crop yield.
Madam, sorry to interrupt. Bendre ma'am, sorry to interrupt, but your mic is mute, I guess.
From starting it is mute.
No, just now it went off. You can continue, ma'am.
Okay, it is automatically uh, getting mute. I don't know why. Okay. So agrochemicals, these are the chemical substances which protect, preserve and regulate growth of plants and thus they improve crop yield. Agrochemicals are divided into three major types: pesticides, fertilizers and plant growth regulators. In plant growth regulators, we have examples of indole acetic acid, naphthoxyacetic acid, etc. In case of pesticides, they can be further divided into number of types. Here I have included three types: insecticide, herbicides and fungicides with their example. Although these examples are somewhat old, these are celebrating molecules. They were used by farmers with great interest as they have protected their produce. Then herbicides like 2,4-D glyphosate, they are still in use. Likewise, copper oxychloride, carbendazim are used as fungicides. The pests are nothing but organisms which are injurious to man or his economic efforts, and these pests are having different types. Like public health pest, the pests are troublesome to human beings. Examples are mosquito, housefly, bed bugs. In our house we see lot of pests like cockroach, ant and mouse. They are called as domestic pest. In agriculture we have mites, jacids, thrips, etc. as a pest. Then in our house again we see lot of stored grain pest or stored commodity pest like rice weevil or grain borers present in our grains. Animal husbandry pest, these are causing problems to our pet animals. For example, ticks, fleas, they are present on dogs, cat and cows, etc. and we have to control them. Then structural pests like termites, they are causing problem to the wooden article. Then certain pests are troublesome to our books in the library, and that's how their control is highly essential. These are some more examples of pests like helicoverpa, lemon butterfly, rice moth, aphids, termite, then birds, rodents, snails, sludges, nematodes, herbs, weeds, fungi, bacteria, jacids, caterpillar, whitefly, viruses, etc. Pest control is occurring naturally in the environment, and nature is taking care of control of these pests. So climatic factors like temperature, humidity, rain, or topographic factor like soil, water bodies like ocean, these are taking care of this particular natural control or this pest. They don't allow this pest to get transferred from one place to another. In biological factors, we have predators, pathogen, parasites, etc. They are taking care of this pest. They are eating this pest or causing diseases to the pest. And in applied control we have cultural control, and our farmers, they are using these cultural practices years together, means from ancient years, where tillage, etc., then mowing, etc., such operations they are carried out by farmers. Then in mechanical control we have various types of traps and net, etc., which can restrict
Sorry to interrupt you again, madam. Your mic is again mute. Now it is audible, ma'am. You can proceed.
Okay. So there are two types of control measures: natural, which is taken care by nature, and applied control, that is applied by us, so that the number of pests can be controlled automatically by nature and by with our efforts by applied control. In biological control, we are using various organisms like insect, fungi, bacteria, viruses, or some biological material. So why we have started this biological control? Because the chemical pesticides have caused a lot of harm to the man and environment. They have affected prey-predator relationship and developed resistance. So in biological control or use of biopesticide, when we are using insect like trichogramma, this small insect is inserting its egg in the egg of pest. Pest means unwanted organism or insects, etc. So it is inserting its egg in the egg of another insect and destroying that egg. Similarly, here the ladybird beetle, which is the predator bird, or this praying mantid, or this is another predator bird, they are eating various types of insects and controlling the number of insects that are troublesome. So in biological control, we are using predators, parasites, and disease-causing organisms. Likewise, certain botanical preparations are used in agriculture. For example, in our house also, we use neem leaves or neem kernels to control the insects that are present in our stored grains. So this particular neem is having a lot of actions like repellent, insecticidal, antibacterial, antifungal, antifeedant. Antifeedants means they don't allow the insects to feed on it. Oviposition, don't allow to breed, and growth inhibiting. So their growth cannot be completed. Then in case of custard apple, its seeds, they are containing some active principle which is having insecticidal and antipedant repellent activities. Then turmeric is known from ancient time as antifungal compound, and it is having repellent, insecticidal and antifungal action. Marigold, because of its strong smell, it is repelling insects and nematodes, and that's how it is in use as pest control compound. Chili or chili pepper, it is somewhat having some hot uh, properties, and because of that it contains caterpillars. Nicotine is having effect on nervous system of insects, and that's why it is used as nerve poisons. Nerve poison. So nicotine as such is used, its extract is used, or certain there are certain synthetic analogs. They are called as nicotinoids. Nicotine is the natural compound, and nicotinoids are the synthetic compounds that are having similar structure to nicotine, and these are used in the agriculture nowadays. Pyrethrin is again another compound, and its flower look like this particular very colorful flowers, and they are having active principle called as pyrethrin, and these are 6 such compounds that are present together, and these are effective as insecticide. They are less toxic to human beings and they are more toxic to insects, and that's why they are in use, and their synthetic derivatives are also used. They are called as pyrethroids. Now coming to chemical control, so the pesticides we are using, the definition is the substances which are used for preventing, destroying, repelling or mitigating, that is controlling pest like insects, mice and other animals or unwanted plants, etc. Fungi, microorganisms, bacteria and viruses, they are called as pesticides. In our house we use different types of pesticides for our household purpose. Liquid vaporizer, which is containing pyrethrin, pyrethrin, and sometimes nowadays biological preparations like neem are coming into practice. Rat kill cake, it is used generally for killing rat, and it is brodifacoum that is present as active ingredient in it. Or these insect killer sprays, containing alethrin or resmethrin are common in our house, and they are called as they are killing the insect in seconds time, and that's why they are required or used by us. And chalk, popularly called as Lakshman Resha or Lakshman Rekha. It is containing delta methrin or cypermethrin as its active compound. Then mosquito coil containing pyrethrum powder. These are commonly used by us in our house. When we are using this pesticide, we are also using them in agriculture. For different pests, we have to use different pesticides. So if insect is the pest, we will use insecticides. Then if rodent is the pest, we will use rodenticide. Likewise, different pesticides can be used. So like here, you can see the pesticides name can be according to the target organism. If pest is fungi, it is called as fungicide. Fungicide can be used. Algae, for algae, algicides can be used. Bacteria, bactericides. Insect, insecticides. Molluscicide. Nematodes, nematicides. Rodents, rodenticides. Birds, avicides. And for plants, like unwanted plants like weeds and herbs, we use herbicides. Again, this is the same type of classification, including more number of classes. So first use of pesticides started in 1940 at the time of World War, and actually it was used for uh, controlling the insects that were troublesome in the trenches where the soldiers were hiding, and that's why actually the first use started in 1940s, and its consumption went on increasing worldwide, and at present 25% of 25% of pesticides are used by developing countries, but there are a lot of deaths occurring due to pesticides. So if you look at this global use, herbicides are used in more percentage, almost 47.5%. Then next to that is insecticide, 30% almost, fungicides 18%, and others used in 5.5%. And total comes to about 2 million tons of pesticide that is utilized in the globe every year. Use of pesticides is carried out in different sectors like agricultural sector, veterinary sector, domestic sector, institutional sector, and they are used in different formulations. I'm going to talk in somewhat details afterwards, but the liquid, gel, paste, chalk, powder, granules, pellet, baits, etc. Such formulations are used. Bait is nothing but mixture of pesticide along with food attractant, so it will attract the pest and the pest will be killed. Generally 2 to 80% of active ingredient is present in the pesticide formulation, but uh, less percentage containing formulation are generally used in for household purpose, because in house there are a lot of chances that they will be eaten by some pet animals or toddlers, etc., small children, etc. uh, Coming to this formulation is nothing but the mixture of active ingredient, means pesticide, along with some inert ingredient. So pesticide is pesticidally active, but inert ingredient is not active. It is just diluting the pesticide, and some adjuvants are there which are converting this pesticide formulation into usable form, which will be easy to use by farmers and applicators. Then we use different containers to store these pesticides: glass, plastic, metal, flask, bottles, etc. Then these formulations are used by in this particular different ways with the help of sprayers or some sprayers on tractors or some sprayers mounted on helicopter, etc. These are the various formulations available in the market, and they are used to, or they are diluted. Pesticides are diluted with the help of inert ingredient so as to cover more area, to control dosage, to reduce phytotoxicity, for uniform distribution, to improve physical and chemical properties, so that they will become, and upon dilution they will become economic, and we can store them easily. Handling and transport also becomes easier. So as just now I talked, these formulations are available as dust and powder in the with the name that dusting powder, wettable powder, soluble powders. Then granules like coated granules or encapsulated granules, water dispersible granules or wettable granules, so water soluble granules or soluble granules. Then as solutions, they are called as solution concentrates or soluble liquids. Then emulsion like EW, it is already prepared emulsion, or there can be concentrated emulsion, not emulsion, emulsifiable concentrate, which is in the solution form, but when you dilute in the field, it becomes white, and this particular white form is nothing but emulsion. So this emulsion is formed after dilution, but the earlier formulation is in the form of solution in case of emulsifiable concentrate, and EW stands for concentrated emulsion. So these are the two types of things. One is ready-made emulsion, another is to be prepared in the field by farmers. Then suspension, we can use suspension as suspension concentrates or capsule suspensions. So I will come to this particular type. Suspension is nothing but when your substance is not dissolved, it is in the particle form, suspending in medium. Like it looks like this, but this is emulsion, but it will look like this, where the compound is not solubilized, but it is present as a solid small particles of micron size. 1 to 3 micron is the suitable size so as to form stable suspensions. Then this capsule suspension, I will come to this in the next slide. These are capsules. The example of capsule in our day-to-day life is egg. In egg, we are having shell outside and the core is inside. Or we can take the example of coconut, where the shell is outside and the coconut part is inside. Likewise, we can coat our pesticides with the help of shell, and the shell will look like this, and they can be taken into water medium, because for suspension or emulsion, water medium is generally preferred because it is easily and cheaply available. That's why. So capsule suspension will look like this, and this will be useful in such a way that these capsules are having inert material from outside. So when farmers are spraying these capsules will remain stable for 2-3 hours, and then slowly the interior pesticide will come out from the shell, and slowly it will come out and it will remain for longer time. But by that time, farmer would have left the field, and that's how farmer will get protected. And another thing is that slow release of the pesticide outside will take care of pests, will kill the pest effectively for longer period of time. So we have seen the benefits and risks of pesticides. So benefits are, they are crop protecting, they are food used as food preservatives or material preservation or control of diseases. Then risks are there, like they are toxic to human beings. They have impact on environment and ecosystem, and that is the risk, and we have to tackle it. So to protect ourselves, we can use different personal protective equipment we call PPE kit. Here you can see when the pesticides use started in 1940, how it was misused by people. Here you can see it was used for control of lice in the hair lice in this way. Or while spraying the pesticide, people have not taken good care, and here the children are getting exposed to the pesticides. So another thing is that here we are using different chemicals, multiple chemicals from multiple sources of exposure, multiple routes of exposure, and there are multiple effects that are caused by these pesticides. Pesticides can go into our body through water, food, and they can accumulate in our body. So whatever water we are drinking or whatever food we are eating, that may contain pesticide, and slowly once it goes in our body, it may not get excreted and it remains in the body for a long time, and slowly with years together it goes on accumulating. If you see, with the help of this GC and such instruments, very small concentration up to ppb ppm could be found out, and it was found that when mother's intake is having this pesticide in it, body, there is a body burden, and because of that uh, the pesticide get transferred across the placenta to the fetus. Even if you see breast milk, it is now contaminated. The breast milk was thought to be very top of the food chain, but now it is found that it is contaminated. So when we look at the routes of exposure, it can be ingestion when it is going through food accidentally or deliberately or unknowingly. Then inhalation, when spraying is carried out by the farmers, or when
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Your mic is mute.
automatically it is getting mute. Toxicity is expressed as LD50, lethal dose to kill 50% of organism. It is expressed as milligrams per kg. In the same way, lethal concentration is expressed to is used to express the concentration in atmosphere or in air. Then toxicity is also expressed as acute toxicity and chronic toxicity. Acute toxicity stands for high level exposure or one time dose, or over one time when the dose is given and poisoning is carried out. Then chronic is for low level dose and repeated dose. The pesticide rotates in atmosphere, recycles in atmosphere, because the half-life period of degradation of pesticide is very high. Some pesticide take, like organochlorines, they take 10 years to degrade to the half amount, means 50% conversion takes in 10 years. So that's how lot of pesticide remain in the atmosphere. So when we are spraying pesticide on field, they get evaporated, or they may get they come in the water through wastewater or runoff, water or runoff from soil, and they may get into the water, groundwater mixed with the water, or through evaporation they will get into the atmosphere, air. Again they will come along with the rains to the soil. Again they can be deposited on the dust, etc., and the dry deposits can come again to the soil, and through seepage they again will come to the groundwater, and this water we are drinking, and that's how lot of compounds are coming into our food from these sources, as from agricultural source, vegetables and fruits, etc., or from the groundwater. And they will, what they will do, the persistence of this particular herbicide, persistence of this pesticide will cause two effects. One is biomagnification, another is bioaccumulation. When it is getting accumulated in the particular organism's body, it is called as accumulation, and biomagnification is the term related to the increase in concentration of toxic substance each time as it moves up a food chain. We know that jivo jivasya jivanam, one organism is dependent on another organism, and likewise there is a food chain. And when the lowest one, like I will come to the next one, when the lowest one, like the aquatic organisms that are present in the uh, water bodies, they will take this pesticide, they will be eaten by the fish, small fish will be eaten by big fish, and then the human beings will consume them. And that's how in human body there will be more percentage of pesticide, as it is getting accumulated from lowest level to the highest level, and we are eating number of such organisms, fish, etc., for such organisms. Then another example is of eagle, which is now this species is going to extinct. When we are spraying pesticide on grass on our field, at that time grass may get some pesticide percentage on it, and when rabbit will eat it, it will come to the rabbit's body. Then python will eat the rabbit, it will come to the python's body, and eagle will eat this python, and it will be more in concentration in eagle's body. And now what is happening, that there are various species like bird species that are found to be, which are predator birds. They are they cannot live for longer time, and their number is decreasing day by day. And in bioaccumulation, we can see the amount of pesticide is increasing day by day in the particular organism or animal. So these two, biomagnification and bioaccumulation processes, are taking place in the environment. Then these pesticides are causing a lot of diseases or harmful. They are harmful in the way that they are causing dermal or ocular irritation, upper and lower respiratory tract irritation, allergic response like asthma, gastrointestinal symptoms are caused by various pesticide, along with neurological symptoms, because most of our pesticides, they are nerve poisons, so they are causing harm to the nervous system. Apart from that, they are carcinogenic, so cause cancer. They are mutagenic, they alter the genes, and because of that some problems may come. Or they can be teratogenic. Teratogenic means they can create defects in fetus. These are the two examples that can explain how this teratogenic effect is very problematic. So here you can see lot of problems can occur with the limbs. More number of limbs, less number of limbs, or fingers or limbs, you can see here. So such examples one can see in case of fetus when people are exposed to the pesticides. So be careful. One has to use the formulations which will be more safe. One has to read the instructions that are given. Then fine powder should not be used other because they get inhaled than the coarse granules, etc. So one has to select the formulation select the pesticide accordingly. Or when you are using solid bait, you have to take care that because they are attractive to the children and toddler, they can ingest them. Then in house, when you are using this pesticide, use them with very less percentage of active ingredient and less quantity as well. So upon looking at this, a lot of problems caused by pesticides, people started thinking of some alternatives to the pesticides or insecticides. So if you look at the generations of pesticide in ancient years, people were using inorganic compounds, botanicals, because they were safe. They were not aware of the synthetic pesticides, but it was found that they are very toxic. They are non-specific. They are accumulating. Then in second generation, which started from 1940s, we started using broad spectrum synthetic pesticides, which are toxic, persistent. Persistent means remaining in the atmosphere for a long time, resulting in biomagnification, just now we saw. And these are problematic, and that's why scientists started thinking of third generation pesticides. And these third generation pesticides, the examples are insect growth regulators called as IGRs, insect pheromones. These are attracting insects and we can control the insects at one place. And biopesticide, just now we talked about them. So insect growth regulators, if we consider in IGRs versus insecticides, we find that IGRs are less toxic to mammals. They inhibit the life cycle of only insects. They are not, because there is no life cycle in our body. Insects have got life cycle containing egg, larva, pupa, and adult. But in human body, no such life cycle is there. That's why they are selective to insect species. They are safe to the environment. because they are non-persistent, and that's why they are used in integrated pest management program to the large level, and they are having prominent position in IPM. So the advantages of IGR that they interfere with insect growth. They don't allow the insect to complete their growth. They are specific, selective to the insects. Only the insects will be killed, because here you can see that egg to larva or larva to pupa, pupa to adult or adult to egg. These particular stages, a transfer from one stage to another is stopped, and that's why these IGRs are specific and selective to insects. They have more margin of safety for most non-target biota, means honeybees, etc. They can be saved because of this particular selectivity, etc. Or this is the newest approach, and that's why it will attract people. It will attract our farmers, etc., and we can use them with great selectivity. So in literature, when you search, you will find juvenile hormones, molting hormones, juvenile hormone agonist, molting hormone agonist. Like these are some examples shown here. And people have started synthesis of these. Means scientists have found out certain routes by which they can be synthesized. Some are naturally available, and some can be synthesized in the laboratory, and that's why they are called as mimics. Okay, so likewise, similar to the juvenile hormone, these will keep the insect in juvenile stage, means baby stage. They chitin synthesis inhibitors will not allow the chitin to grow on their body. Then molting hormone will not allow them to molt from one stage to another. So we thought of using phenolic monoterpenoids to use compounds similar to these types, and you can see that there are certain type of derivatives, urea derivative, diacyl hydrazide derivative. So we have used phenolic monoterpenoids that are of plant origin and converted them into some useful compounds, and that can be used as insect growth regulators. So terpenes is a class of compounds that is found to be effective on insects, and they don't allow this insect to complete their life cycle, and another deformed progenies are produced. Deformed means they are not good size, shape, etc., and because of that they do not breed, they cannot multiply, reproduce, and that's why they are useful. So these natural phenolic monoterpenoids, they are selected because they are less toxic, they are biodegradable, and they have no residual effects, and that's why environment can be saved. So the thymol and carevacrol, these are the two monoterpenoids. They were used in our research because these compounds are natural products, they are cheap, they are easily available, they are obtained from oregano oil, and they possess different activities. Agricultural pests like this Podoptera lutura, which is having 4 stages of life cycle: egg, larva, pupa, and adult. This was selected, and another was red cotton bug. It was selected for our IGR activity. Then in our first series, we synthesized the diacyl hydrazide and diacyl thiohydrazide derivatives, where this naturally occurring phenolic monoterpenoid carvacrol was reacted with ethyl chloroacetate to give the compound number 2, which is the ester, which is then further reacted with hydrogen hydrate to form oxyacetyl hydrazine compound number 3, which on reaction with ammonium thiocyanate and benzoyl chlorides, various substituted benzoyl chlorides having R group as means without any substituent, then 2-chloro, 4-chloro, 2-fluoro, 4-fluoro, and 2,6-difluoro. These were selected, and these were used to prepare compound number 4, which was further reacted with DMF acetic acid, and this is oxidation reaction to convert this C double bond S functionality to CO functionality. Okay, So this was series of 6 obtained from this particular reaction scheme, and these were cyclized by using H2SO4 to form their thiodiazole derivatives, and by Ki, I2 and aqueous NaOH to form their oxidizole derivatives. All the compounds were analyzed by NMR, mass, IR, UV, etc., along with the ultimate technique like X-ray crystallography, where we found that actual structure of the compound containing all these functionalities and etc. And this confirmed our structure. And further, we went for the assay by which we can find out the insect growth regulator activity. For this activity, we selected diet incorporation method, where Spodoptera retura larvae of particular age of the same progeny, they were selected, they were fed with artificial diet, which was incorporated with different concentration like 10 ppm, 100 ppm, 300 ppm, 500 ppm, 1000 and 5000 ppm of synthesized derivatives of the earlier series. Then the insects were allowed to grow on this particular food. At each particular concentration, 10 replicates were kept, and that's how we could say that our results are confirmed, and we confirm the results after weighing the larval weight, initial larval weight, then larval weight of larva after every 3 days and 7 days, pupal weight, deformed pupa, deformed means which are not appropriate pupa, such pupa, deformed pupa, then pupal adult intermediate, larval pupal intermediate, percent of adult emergence, because all the adult could not emerge out from the pupa, they remained in the pupal state because this compound is active on their growth, do not allow them to complete their growth. Okay, so then deformed adults, their number was found out from 10, how many are deformed, how many are good, etc. And this how they look like. Here you can see this is control insect, means this is allowed to grow on good quality food, means same food without any pesticide, insecticide. This was incorporated, 0.01% of synthesized compound. This was with 0.05% of synthesized compound, and this is with 0.1. So you can see that as the concentration is increasing, the growth of the or size of the pupa, size of the caterpillar or larva was found to decrease, and that's how there is a growth inhibiting effect that was seen with the eyes itself. Then the pupa and adult, they were not okay, they were not good. Here you can see that the wings are not sufficient to cover their body. Here you can see half of it is pupa, half is adult. So this is pupal adult intermediate. So likewise, various such observations were made, and it was found that the compound number 12 and compound number 6, compound number 12, compound number 6, they are having good activity as compared to the standard. The standard used is penfuron or noveluron. In this particular, so from this particular observation, structure activity relationship called as SAR was developed, because in our initial series, means in this series we are having various substituents like fluoro, chloro, 2 fluoro, 2 chloro, etc. Likewise, and 2,6 difluoro. So that's how we can see that there was, and again C double bond S is there, C double bond O is there. So we can draw certain structure activity relationship. So it was found that 1,2-diacyl hydrazine showed more IGR activity than 1,2-diacyl thiohydrazine, and this is dependent upon the GI50 here, as it was calculated through statistical programs. These values have come through large statistical calculations that has come through various programs. And then this oxygen containing compound was active than thio containing compound. Oxidazole were better than thiazole derivatives. Fluoro substituents were found to be more effective. 2,6-difluoro derivatives were the highest, showed the highest activity among both the series, 2,6-difluoro. And 2 position was better than 4 position, means ortho position. Ortho substitution was found to be better than para position. So likewise, we saw this particular activity against the standard compound novel uron. And these are the publications that are having impact factor, high impact factor comparatively. You can see one is book chapter, and these were published in international journals. Then this is second series in which thiourea and urea derivatives were prepared. So this is thiourea derivative, and it is converted to urea derivatives upon treating with formic acid and H2O2. Again, all these compounds were characterized by X-ray crystallography. Most of the compounds were characterized. Actually, we were fortunate to get a lot of crystals in this series because actually our students went to NCL for carrying out mosquito control assay, means larval control of mosquito larvae in water, and for that they prepared solutions of these particular compounds in test tubes, and some measured quantity was added to the water in which the larvae, mosquito larvae, were kept. But whatever remaining quantity of the solution remained, it remained there for 1 to 2 months, and slow development of crystal took place, and we ended up with almost 6 crystals out of the 12 compounds. So here these compounds were again studied for a diet assay, and we found that there is a lot of effect on them. Here you can see the values. This is the novel uron, that is standard compound, having 73 ppm GI I10, and here our compound is having 40, which is requiring very less quantity. Our compound is requiring very less amount to control that particular insect. Okay, and if you look at the starting compound, that is carvacrol, it is having a very large value. So we have synthesized very effective compound from this carvacrol, which is having good growth inhibition activity. Here also you can see this third day weight. It was here, it is good. Third day weight is almost comparable with the standard compound. So very good encouraging results were found in case of our compound through IGR activity. And again, similar such structure activity correlation was observed, that halo substitution have good effect. Then ortho position is more giving more activity. Substitution at ortho position is giving more activity. Out of halo, fluoro was better than chloro, or urea derivatives are better than thiourea, and amongst the series 2,6-difluoro derivatives are more showing more activity. Again, this particular series is published in these 2 journals. One is of crystal studies, so it is crystal growth design, and another is explaining the biological activity. And you can see the very high impact factor that resulted from these particular journals. Okay. Then next is benzoyl acetamino thiourea and urea derivatives of carvacrol. Again, you can see here we have just changed the positions of C double bond O and NH in from earlier stage, earlier compounds, and we could get some new series. Again, these we could get crystals, we could grow crystals of them. And here you can see the fluoro substitution at 4 position. Then here this is difluoro compound showing 2 fluoro groups, and here it is C double bond S. Then here you can see the values. Here it is 81, here it is 73, 117 and 114. Very comparable values we could get through these particular studies. So number of series we tried, and for each series we got very good results for 2,6-difluoro compounds. So we came to conclusion. And another thing is that we worked on thymol as well as carvacrol, but carvacrol was found to be more effective than thymol, probably because of just substitutions substituents position. So again, here we could draw the conclusion that ortho substitution is better than para, fluoro compounds are better than chloro, urea compounds are better than thiourea compounds, and 2,6-difluoro compounds they are having much better activity than these compounds. Another last series of compounds, acetohydrazide derivatives, they were prepared by this particular scheme. In this case, actually, the results were not much good, but comparatively they were good as compared to carvacrol, because carvacrol is showing very high LD50 or GI50, but our compounds are showing comparatively very less and comparable, but somewhat more. So that's why I am not satisfied with this particular scheme. But even then, compared to insecticides, all these insect growth regulators will be having very good properties and use, and our farmers can be safe, environment can be safe, and that's how we can say that these IGR compounds, insect growth regulators, are best substitute to the to this particular synthesized compound. Again, this structure active relationship is shown here, and this completes my presentation. This is my research group, and you can see my first students. Dr. Leena Chaudhary Patil is amongst them. 18 students have completed PhD and 8 are working with me. These are only 5 shown here, and these are my trust areas. Thank you very much. I am thankful to the organizers for inviting me for this particular great activity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for addressing us. Now I request Dr. Lokhande to proceed.
Hello, sir. I think the mic is mute.
Okay, good afternoon to all of you. Is there any question from the participants on the topic discussed by Ratnamala Bendre madam? Okay. I'm very thankful to Dr. Bendre madam to discuss the very hot topic, insect growth regulators as a alternative to insecticides. Nowadays, it is a very important topic because everywhere we are watching that farmers are using many chemicals which are very harmful while growing the crops. So one of the important scheme is developed by madam on the basis of natural base, that is thymol and carvacrol. There are different derivatives, hydrogen derivatives, and they are very important in the field of cropping pattern. Madam has discussed different types of pest, different methods of controlling the pest, that is biological method, chemical methods for controlling the pest, and also she has discussed the benefits and risks of different pests. Also discuss the precautions during the handling of pesticides because of the different routes of exposure of the pesticide, that like ingestion, inhalation, like that, and also explain the acute and chronic level of toxicity of these pesticides. So alternative for these chemical pesticides, the natural base compound, that is thymol and carbachol based insect growing regulators are developed by madam in their research laboratory, which are very useful. So hope that we can understand all these things for our future. I am very thankful to giving me an opportunity being a chairperson for this session. I am very thankful to all organizing. theme of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I have two questions for Professor Bendre. Ma'am, can we
Surely,
synthesize
madam.
the active ingredient? Can we synthesize the active ingredient from botanical pesticides in laboratory?
Yes, surely, but actually this botanical pesticide should be in pure form. Its structure must be known. Once we know the structure, we know the functional group and where we can change them, alter them. What
Sorry to interrupt. Your mic is mute, ma'am.
okay, it is automatically going to mute. I don't know why.
Okay.
Actually, once we know this particular botanical is active, we'll have to separate the components of it. We'll have to again find out the purest form of it. Its structure must be known. Then from structure we can see the functional group which we can change, and that will give us an idea what compounds we can prepare that from that particular compound. Likewise here, the oil, oregano oil, it was mixture of number of things. From that, this thymol, carvacrol, and other components were separated. And these components, out of that, we selected this particular thymol and carvacrol for our research work, which was available in large quantity easily through the manufacturers. So it's possible from botanicals. We can go ahead. And madam, next question.
Okay. And the next question is, are these pesticides as efficient as chemical pesticides?
Surely we saw just now, no? Just now we saw, we compared it with novel uron. It is able to control the pests. And whatever this pest control is, it is there. It is surest of there compared to the chemical pest. Chemical pesticide when we are using, chemical pesticides when we are using, the control is for temporary period. But when we are using insect growth regulators, the insects are not able to reproduce. And that's how, actually, you must be knowing that one insect lays hundreds of eggs, and that's how it becomes problematic. So that's why when this insect's growth is stopped, no question of anything. And another thing, it is selectively killing the insect. So our food security, food is protected from these pesticides contamination. So there will not be any bad effects on our body. So surely these compounds are very safe and effective compared to pesticides.
मॅम तुम्ही बंद करा माझं नेटवर्क जातं.
Hello, and actually I would like to say here that the activities were carried out at IARI laboratory, at IARI New Delhi, where we carried out these activities. And another thing is that the funding was given by CSIR and UGC, University Grants Commission, and CSI. And that's how we could do this research. And part of the research is carried out at New Delhi.
Okay. So thank you so much, ma'am, for being with us today and addressing us. You shared a very good knowledge that what can be used as an alternative for chemical pesticides. Thank you so much for being with us. I also thank Dr. Lokhande for being with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, madam.
So technically here we are ending with the session 1 of day 1 from our conference CRAFTS 2021. We will take a very short break and begin with our session 2, which is regarding oral presentations. Before that, I would like to thank all the speakers, session chairs, and all the scientific leads, as well as all the viewers and all the participants for being with us today since morning for this beautiful event. Thank you so much. We will be right back within a short break.
Good afternoon. I welcome you all in the second session of the first day oral presentation by the participants. I request Dr. Ravikiran Pagare as the session chair and participants to be with us as per the schedule. Okay. Now I will request for our first participant, Dr. Sandhya Tambekar Vanzari, to present the paper.
Ma'am, can I share the PPT or you are sharing PPT? Hello, ma'am.
Ma'am, we are sharing your PPT. Just a minute.
Okay, okay.
Ma'am, you can proceed.
So myself, Dr. Sandhya Tambekar Vanzari. I am from the Dotebandhu Science College, Gondia, Maharashtra. Here I am presenting a presentation on the digital learning platforms and learning management system in COVID-19 pandemic, a boom or ban to the society. So this is the introduction. That is an online and blending learning reshapes the landscape of the teaching and learning in higher education. The need increases the encourage and the support faculty in moving from the delivering passive teacher-centered experiences to the designing active and student-centered learning. The evaluation of these emerging technologies is changing all facets of educational process, ranging from the nature of the classroom, quality of content, methodology, and mode of student engagement and the evaluation. And therefore, the integration of emerging technology in teaching and learning process increases the interest of the learners and the quality of outcomes in education process. It brings about the innovation, creativity, and flexibility to the learning, thereby equipping by both the educator and the learners, and by doing or solving their problems and survival skills in the digital world. Next, ma'am. So here is the role of the digital learning platform learning management system varies depending upon the organization objectives, online training strategy, and desired outcomes. Typically, however, despite the enormous benefits of emerging technology, its integration in the teaching and learning process often hampered by a number of factors which directly and indirectly affect the integration process. Therefore, this present study shows the various challenges that obstruct the integration of emerging technologies in teaching and learning process, and therefore this data were collected through the structure questionnaire generated from the Google Classroom, which contain a total 902 questionnaires administered to the students of the Dotebandhu Science College, Gondia, Maharashtra. Next. So here is the graphical presentation where the question were asked, what is the recognized quality of your favorite professor? The most of the students refer that the creativity and the teaching skill and the syllabus completion is one of the most important recognized quality of the favorite professor. Next. When it is going to use ask the student about gives the views about the learning online teaching learning platforms, so most of the students gives the positive response for the video quality of the teachers and teachers video and the content of the video. Then the audio quality is good. Then the chatting position is the medium conversation. Then teacher presentation is the average, and the content of that particular PPT presentation or the online teaching content, that is the more recommendable for the advanced for the recognized advanced knowledgeable demand. Next. Then how do you find the class content in the following? The online teaching for the digital learning, this is the organized content is there. This is a well planned, sufficient for the theoretical theory exams as well as practical exam, and most of the students are recognize this material is used as a study material. Next. So they are asking for, do they follow the subscribe the YouTube videos created by your professor? The most of the students are following, that is 60.6% of the students are following the YouTube videos which are created by the professor. Then 19% does not see the didn't see that particular videos, and 11.4% of the students are frequently seeing that particular videos. Next. When they are going to use ma'am what is the difficulty they are facing toward the online teaching learning program? So there is a low connectivity is the major issue for the online teaching learning program, and then the poor voice quality, as a we have the most of the students in the village area, and therefore due to the lockdown and due to the COVID pandemic season, they are the situated or they are located in their village area. So there is a low connectivity, poor voice quality, poor video quality, so they are not able to attend the continuously with their online teaching lectures. Next, ma'am. Then according to the students, which is the best method for the teaching, the most of the students prefer this is the chalk and board method along with the PowerPoint presentation. That is a 54% of the student recommended that is chalk and board method with the PowerPoint presentation, and 34% of the student are prefer the chalk and board methods, and the other one is the remaining, that is only PowerPoint presentation is referred for the only 4% of the students. Next, ma'am. When it is going to ask that how do you find the online teaching learning process, it is found to be good by the 65% of the students, and only 23% of the students shows the excellent online classic teaching learning. Next, ma'am. So conclusion of this survey, that in the present study concluded that the integration of emerging technology in teaching learning process increases the interest of the learners and the quality of outcomes in education process, then inspiration and moderation of to the education, then promote the achievement of the teaching and learning objective, and delivers and manage all types of the content including video courses and documents with features, and teachers and instructor facilitate the learning to reach the students and provide the instruction. Next, ma'am. But the drawbacks of this online teaching learning in the COVID this pandemic situation, that is insufficient skills, availability, accessibility issues, inadequate professional development. There is a major issues, poor network connectivity in the rural areas, so most of the students were not participated on online teaching learning platforms. Due to the poor connectivity, only video or audio were clear, but the material slide is not clearly visible or vice versa. Hence, the topic cannot be understood properly by the students, most of the students, and the internet data pack is not available easily in the rural area. Due to the financial problem, most of the students do not have the Android or smart mobile phones and the laptops. Most of the students failing to handle emails, online tools for the e-learning, and face the problem like the warming of their mobiles, ear pain, poor audio and video quality. So
Thank you
it will
so
be
much,
concerned
madam. I request Dr. Ravi Kiran Tragari to proceed.
Okay.
Hello, madam. Dr. Sandhya,
Yes,
madam.
ma'am. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was very good topic, that is digital learning platform, because since we all are suffering from this pandemic situation and we do not have any other options. Okay,
Yes, sir.
and we have assessed very well how many students are participating in online teaching, what is their responses. Really, it was very good. But still, being a teacher, I would prefer the chalk and board method.
Yes, sir.
We are unfortunately we are suffering the situation, but we have to tackle with the situation. Thank you very much, madam.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Our next presenter is Dr. Shivaji Baburao Andale.
Hello.
Next, Varsha Rani.
Hello.
Sir, you can proceed with the presentation. Please click on your PPT.
Yes, ma'am. Are you show the PPT, ma'am?
Sir, please proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, all of you. Today's chairperson, Dr. Ravind Pagare, sir. I will present my paper, Diversity of the Desmid from the Gangapur Dam, Nashik in Maharashtra. Gangapur Dam was the introduction of this dam. This dam is near village Gangapurwadi and it is 10 kilometers from the Nashik city. This is an earthen dam constructed in 1954. The total catchment area of this dam is 357.4 square meter. The total dam length is 3,810 meter, and the maximum height of the dam is 36.57 meter. The length of the west where is a 102 meter. There are total 9 radial there gate of the size having the discharges capacity of the 2294 cubic meter of the water. The dam was 2 canal. The left canal is a 64-kilometer long, and the right bank canal is a 30-kilometer long. The total irrigated area of this dam is a 50,960 hectares. They can be irrigated to them. Godavari is one of the prominent river in Maharashtra. Algae play important role in the maintaining the aquatic ecosystem. From the base of the food chain web, the present investigation is the outcome of biodiversity studies of the filamentous algae upon area and enrich our knowledge of algal flora of this area. Therefore, the study of the vegetation of the water body was undertaken during the year in 1999 to 2010. During the study, a large number of the phytoplankton like Cosmerium, Storestrum, Eostrum were observed. The present paper is describing the two species of the Storestrum, two species of the two species of this. Are you audible, ma'am?
Please continue, sir.
Okay. Two species of this Eostrum, 90 species of the Cosmerium, and their different types of their varieties are observed during this present their investigation. They are the different species of the Cosmerium. First is the Cosmerium is the formosulum. These species are longer than broad. Stomachs are narrow.
and 4 chloroplasts are present inside the cell. Second species is a Cosmerium hammeri. The variety is a Homoloderum, and this species is longer than broad. Their isthmus is very narrow, and cells are smooth wall. Chloroplast with two. Next cell is a Cosmerium the indentum. Variety is a ellipticum. These cells are oval in their shape and broader their structure formation in a side, smooth their wall formation. Semicells are sub-elliptical. Next species is a Cosmerium unduli. These species are equal to longer than broad also. Semicells are oval in structure. Deeply they are constructed. Isthmus is a broad. Then Cosmerium unduli variety is a corruptum. This cell there is a also their cell wall is a very smooth, larger than broad. Cell wall is a smooth. The next is the Cosmerium lundeli variety is a ellipticum. In this species, there is a also there is a semicells are sub-elliptical, rounded their apex. Cell wall is a punctate. Next cell is of this species is the Cosmerium marginatum. This species is there is a they are the entire their margin. Their isthmus is a very they are constructed, and their semicells are ovate. Their apex is a punctuate. Next cell is the Cosmerium is a mycelium. This Cosmerium mycelium, these are also is a deeply constructed. Isthmus are broadly narrow. Semicells are sub-elliptical. Cell wall also they are smooth. Then next species of the Cosmerium is the Cosmerium moniliform. The variety is a lamniticum. These are the beaded-like structure. They can be developing by the cell. Cell is longer than broad, about 1 to 3. They are longer as compared to the broad their cell wall. Cell wall is a smooth, deeply they are constructed. Then rounded their apex. Cell wall is also punctate. There is formation. Next cell of the species is the Cosmerium nitidulum. This Cosmerium nitidulum, there is also each this semicell. There is a two their pyrenoid, means two chloroplasts are present inside the cell. Semicells are oval in structure. Cell wall is a smooth. Then next is a Cosmerium is a norimbergens, and their variety is a depressum. These are longer than broad also, broader than longer their position. Semicells are there is a certain of the apex their formation. Cell wall is a smooth formation. Two prominent chloroplasts are present in this depressum species. Next species is the Cosmerium nemarinium. This species there is a oval in the structure, and there is a three there oblong this oval-like structure, with the ovulated structure, they can developing to them. There's a notch can be developing to them by the cell. Isthmus is deeply constricted by the cell, and
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. I request Dr. Ravikiran Pagari to proceed.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, you have presented the diversity of decimates from Gangapur Dam. Really, yes. It is urgent need to catalog all our biodiversity species and everything. You have pointed out very informative things, which is from Gangapur Dam. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your presentation. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Our next presenter is Kirti Ranganathan. I will share the PPT.
Yes, I'll share the PPT. Is my PPT visible?
No, it is not visible, madam.
Is it visible now? Is it visible now?
You may proceed. Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Kirti, and on behalf of my co-authors, I would like to present our research, The Hidden Potential of Aegil Marmelos Fruit Tree. Aegil Marmelos is commonly called as the Indian bael. It is a nutritive and medicinal tree native to Indian subcontinent. Its medicinal properties have been mentioned in traditional medicinal systems such as Ayurveda. It also has a wide range of pharmacological activity and presence of several bioactive compounds. Our work was largely targeted on the fruit peel of Aegial marmelos. It is the hard shell around the fruit. Studies suggest that it has some antibacterial and antioxidant activity. However, not much work has been done on it. The fruit peel is largely considered as waste and it is usually discarded. So our study, our objective and scope was largely to explore the potential therapeutic value, biological effect, and utilization of the fruit peel. So Aegial marmelos fruit peel was extracted in methanol, ethanol, acetone, and distilled water. The extracts were checked for antimicrobial activity on gram-positive and gram-negative bacteria, and MIC values were determined. Antioxidant activity was checked using DPPH assay against the standard ascorbic acid, and important phytochemicals were screened using biochemical tests. Cytotoxic activity was checked through MTT assay on MCF7 and A549 cell lines. And finally, nutritional and ash analysis and GCMS analysis was done to identify the nutrient value of the fruit peel and the presence of important phytochemicals in the fruit peel extract. The results that we obtained was the antimicrobial activity. Methanolic and ethanolic extract were more potent at inhibiting the growth of bacteria compared to acetone and distilled water. In terms of microorganism, the Bacillus species and Klebsiella species were more sensitive to the extract in comparison to S. aureus and E. coli. So this shows that the peel extract has potential broad spectrum activity. The MIC values were in the range of 50 to 100 mg per ml. Antioxidant activity was moderate and dose dependent as the IC50 value was more than 1000 micrograms per ml. Similarly, almost all the phytochemicals that we checked, we did find it in the peel extract, except saponins and phlobatannins in the ethanolic extract. For cytotoxic activity, the CTC50 value was more than 1000 microgram per ml for both the cell lines MCF7 and A549, and this is largely determined by the choice of the cell line and the purification strategy. Nutrient and ash analysis and GCMS analysis reveal the presence of several organic and inorganic compounds with dietary and medicinal properties. One such compound that we found was marmelosin. It is known to have antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, and antipyretic properties in all parts of the Aegial marmelos. The future prospect would be superior extraction and purification strategies of the peel extract. Nanoparticles of the fruit peel can be prepared, and antifungal activity can also be checked. In conclusion, Aegial marmelos is known for its nutritional, therapeutic, environmental, and commercial value. It is also evident that in the current times, there is an increasing market for herbal products, formulations, and supplements. And the Aegial marmelos fruit peel being quite underutilized in the current time, it can lead to new areas of research and exploration. And our research is a step into that area. These are my key references, and thank you so much for hearing me. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirti madam. You have pointed the Aegial marmelos. As we know, it is one of the member of Dashmolar list. So we were knowing about the fruits value, but really you have given the information about this fruit peel and everything. Okay, so that will be really helpful. So how we can other parts also we can utilize in pharmaceutical products and in other industries. Yeah, thank you very much, madam, your presentation. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Our next presenter is Dr. Manisha Shantilal Girase.
Am I audible, madam?
You can start.
I have to share the presentation or you are going to share?
I have shared, ma'am.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay, thank you, ma'am. I am Dr. Manisha Girase. Today I am going to present paper on chitinase production by antibiotic sensitive cellulose microbiome cellulose isolated from mushroom compost. Next slide, please. Next slide, please, madam. Chitinase enzyme, it acts on the biopolymer chitin and its derivative chitosan. This chitin is the second most abundant polymer present in nature. Now this chitin is very similar to the cellulose, only instead of this hydroxyl group, in case of chitin there is acetamido group is present. Chitin is commonly present in nature in the exoskeleton of the insects, cell wall of the fungi, spines of the diatom, and shells of the crustaceans like shrimp, prawns, crab, and lobsters. This chitinase act on chitin and chitosan, and there is formation of chito-oligosaccharides. These chito-oligosaccharides, next slide please. These chito-oligosaccharides are having many applications because there are certain limitations of chitin and chitosan. Chitin and chitosan, they do not show solubility at the neutral pH. Therefore, its use in the medicinal use is limited. But these chito-oligosaccharides, they are soluble at neutral pH. Therefore, they are having many medical applications. It can act as an antioxidant. Therefore, it can use as a tumor inhibitor. It can be it can be used as an anti-inflammatory agent. Therefore, it can be used in the treatment of asthma. Antimicrobial property make it suitable for making material for wound dressing. It is responsible for increasing the strength of the bone, antifungal activity, anti-HIV activity. Therefore, production of chitinases is very important. So, next slide, please, madam. Chito-oligosaccharides are the oligomers. They are produced from chitin and chitosan. Now, for production of these chito-oligosaccharides, there are methods like chemical method. But in chemical method, there is use of mainly harsh chemicals for hydrolysis of the chitin. Therefore, the chemical method is not considered as an environmentally friendly method because these corrosive chemicals are harmful for the water. They ultimately enter in the wastewater and therefore they may reach up to us. Therefore, by using chitinase, we can enzymatically produce chito-oligosaccharide, and this is the environment friendly method. Therefore, the present work is taken for the isolation and screening of chitinase producing organism. Now, for isolation and screening of chitinase producing organism, colloidal chitin agar is used. On colloidal chitin agar, colonies showing zone of clearance. These colonies are selected as chitinase producer colonies. Therefore, such organism is selected and then it is maintained on nutrient agar. The next slide. Selection of potent chitinase producer is done. Now, in this chitinase assay is performed. For chitinase assay, 3,5-dinitrosalicylic acid is used as a reagent because chitinase, due to action of chitinase, there is production of reducing sugar. Now, amongst the different isolate tested, it is observed that the isolate temporarily labeled as M3, which was isolated from mushroom compost, that has shown the maximum activity during the primary assay. And therefore, this M3 isolate, isolated from mushroom compost, that is selected for the final work. Okay, next slide. Now, next step is identification of this M3 isolate. This isolate was identified by using 16S rRNA sequence. And after this rRNA sequence study, it is observed that this organism is cellulose microbiome cellulose. And its strain is IARI IBL30. Now, when we are going to use this organism continuously, we should know that this organism should be safe for handling. It is not pathogenic. And if by chance it causes any infection, then it should be cured by commonly available antibiotic. So, for this purpose, antibiotic sensitivity of this organism has been performed. Now, in this antibiotic sensitivity testing, 31 antibiotics are used. Out of these 31 antibiotics, to the majority of the antibiotic, the organism is found to be sensitive. Say 26 antibiotic to which it was found to be sensitive. Therefore, this organism can be considered as a safe organism. Already it is known non-pathogen, but by chance it create pathogen in any immunocompromised person, then also it can be treated by commonly available antibiotics. So this organism is efficient and safe organism for production of phytooligosaccharides. Now, further checking is done whether this organism is induced whether this enzyme is induced enzyme or constitutive enzyme. Then it is observed that the enzyme is induced, means it is produced only when chitin substrate is present. The next study, when it is an extracellular enzyme, many extracellular enzyme they are cell bound in nature or some are free. So we have checked whether it is a free or cell bound enzyme. It is observed that this enzyme is freely produced in the broth. Therefore, it is a freely produced extracellular enzyme. Now, next step is optimization of chitinase production. So, what are the parameters which gives maximum production of chitinase so that we can get maximum yield of phytooligosaccharide when it is studied? Next slide, please. Then many parameters are checked, like what is the influence of temperature, influence of pH. Then it is observed that.
Madam, please conclude.
Okay. Now, after this study, it is observed that chitinase producing organism, it is isolated from mushroom compost, it is efficient and safe organism, and it is possible that meat extract is the best nitrogen source for this production, and incubation temperature 45 degrees Celsius is optimum and pH 7, and therefore maximum production takes place in 4 days. Thus, this organism is efficient organism for chitinase production. These are the references which are used. Thanks.
Thank you, madam. Very nice language you have explained about the chitinase production. We all know that your explanation is very good. From last 20 years, we heard you. Okay, thank you very much, madam, for sharing your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next, Rutuja Sunil Patankar.
Good afternoon, all. My topic for presentation is assessment of antibacterial potential of a metabolites of marine fungi that I was isolated from the coastal sea sample of Gorai Beach. Next. A very short introduction. I specifically focused on marine fungi because it is a diversified environment, and definitely there are lots of still the species which might have not studied, and definitely we can get a lot of therapeutic compound if we majorly focused on those. Next slide. Okay, so the objective of this research first is to isolate and identify the marine fungi. Second is to extract the metabolites, and third is to assess the antibacterial activity of those metabolites. Next. Okay, so these are the methodology which I have used. First, I collected the sample from seawater. Then I did isolation by using a potato dextrose agar. Further purification and a micro identification I did by using the slide culture method and a lactophenol cotton based. Next. Okay, so this is the main part in which I did extraction of a metabolite from isolated fungi. This I carried out by using the broth fermentation method, again by using the potato dextrose broth and incubation for 14 days around. And extraction I did by using the two solvents, that is the chloroform and the methanol, which has a different polarity. Further, I carried out extraction by using the Whitman's filter paper, and I collected those evaporated, collected those metabolites in vial, and I weighed those metabolites. Next slide. Okay. Now, earlier I carried out a broth fermentation method. Now, whatever the mycelia I got from that method, I extracted that mycelia, I dried that mycelia, and again I carried out the extraction process from that mycelial powder by using the three different solvents. And then again, I repeated the process of evaporation, separation, and collection of those metabolites in the vials. Next slide. Okay. Then I perform the antibacterial activity of both the metabolites by a well diffusion method as well as a disk diffusion method. Next. Next. Okay, so these are my results. This is a sample collected site, that is the sea water sample. Next. These are the isolated fungi, their morphology, their microscopic examination, and suspected genus and species name. Next. This is a broth fermentation. 9 fungi I was having, so 9 flasks are there for broth fermentation. Then I carried out the extraction. As I said, there were 2 solvents, so I got the 2 layers. And further, I performed extraction of those metabolites. I separated those metabolites in a set different vials, and I have based those metabolites. These are the weight of the metabolites from broth fermentation method. Then I carried out mycelial biomass extraction. That is, this is a before drying and this is after drying mycelia. This is a dried powder. From this mycelia, again I performed the extraction process by using the 3 different solvents. That is chloroform, ethanol, and ethyl acetate. And these are the again the collected metabolites in a separate vials. Next. These are the weight of those metabolites. And here I perform the antibacterial activity of both the metabolites, which are extracted from the broth fermentation as well as the mycelial extract. Now for broth fermentation, I carried out it up to 150 mg, and for mycelial extract, I carried out up to 20 mg. At both of that particular concentration, I didn't found an antibacterial activity. So on basis of this, my conclusion is that now these metabolites I have extracted from the isolated fungi from marine sample by broth cultivation method. I carried out an antibacterial activity at this particular concentration. So for my further studies, I'm considering this whole process as a standardization process. And definitely further, I need to go for a more concentration above 150 and above 20 so that I might get an antibacterial activity against a suspected species. And for further study, definitely I have to isolate a more fungi so that I can carry forward my research. So here I am concluding my research. Thank you so much. These are some of the references which I have used.
Thank you, Rutuja.
Thank you.
Have you tried to identify the fungi?
Sorry, sir.
Have you tried to identify the fungi?
Yes, sir. I have identified a fungi by lactophenol cotton blend side culturing method. I have given a suspected names to that fungi.
Okay. How many total fungi you have isolated?
9 fungi I have isolated.
Okay. Thank you, Rutuja.
Thank you so much, sir.
I just have one question. Can you tell me what is the significance of those metabolites which you have extracted?
My main aim is to find the activity of those metabolites against drug-resistant organisms. So my main focus is that I will extract those metabolites and I will try to purify those metabolites. I will try to purify all the different phytochemicals from those metabolites, and I will try to study its activity against a drug-resistant organism.
Okay, thank you so much. Very nice presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Our next presenter is Dr. Bhagwat W. Saure. Okay, next, Dr. Ganesh Sanjay Shinde.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir,
Hello.
yes. Yes, sir.
Okay.
May I share your screen? That PPT?
Okay.
You may start.
Yeah. Hello, good morning everyone. Myself Dr. Ganesh Shinde from Department of Botany, KJ Somaya College, Kopargaon. The title of the research paper is Effect of Savin, Carbaryl 50% and Endotoph, Endosulfan 35% pesticides on nitrogen fixation potential of 4 isolates of nostoc from soils of Kopargaon Tehsil. As everyone is aware about the cyanobacteria, which can able to fix the atmospheric nitrogen, these prokaryotic organisms having the capacity to perform mutually compatible functions like nitrogen fixation and photosynthesis. So these cyanobacteria can be included in the biofertilizers because they can make the soil porous. It excrete phytohormones, vitamins, amino acids, and improve the water holding capacity of the soil. The cyanobacteria like Anabena, Nostoc, Calothrix, Haplosypon, Alocera are the important nitrogen fixing microorganisms occurred in the various agropractices areas. Such forms of the cyanobacteria hold potential for maize, rice, mung bean, tomato, sugarcane, wheat crops by fixing nitrogen. In addition to this, they can control the nitrogen deficiency in plants, improve the aeration of soil, water holding capacity, and add vitamin B12. In the past 2 decades, indiscriminate use of pesticides led to biomagnification that intensively harm the structure and the soil functions of soil microbes, including cyanobacteria. Variety of pesticides like organochlorines, organophosphates, carbamates, and synthetic pyrethroids are now in use. The effect of these individual agrochemicals on the cyanobacteria species is extremely variable, but generally it is harmful. Many chlorinated and organophosphorus pesticides, which are not readily soluble in water, are emulsified. These are dispersed in water as fine particles. They are attracted to the surfaces. This affinity results in their accumulation through adsorption onto the surface of living organisms. These agrochemicals also damage wide variety of beneficial microorganisms because of their longer persistence in the environment. Cyanobacterial abundance, biomass, short regeneration time, water holding capacity, mineralization capacity, and more importantly, nitrogen fixing potential have enormous efficiency to abate with the negative effects of the pesticides. By considering all these issues along with the social responsibility, the present investigation has been carried out to study the effect of the pesticides on the nitrogen fixation potential of some nostoc species isolated from the soils of Kopargaon Tehsil. Material and methods: commercial grade pesticides, Savin, Union Carbide Limited, and organochlorine, Endotoph, Rallis India Limited, respectively, were used in the present investigation. These pesticides are generally used to control sucking Lepidopterus and nematode pests and mites that occur in maize, wheat, sugarcane, cotton, onion, and oil yielding crops. The effect of Savin and Endotoph belong to carbamate and organochlorine group was studied on the nitrogen fixation efficiency of nostoc species such as Nostoc punctiforme, Nostoc muscorum, Nostoc carneum, Nostoc paludosum in the laboratory cultures. The pesticide application rates recommended to control various crop pests of this region are 0.75 kg per hectare for carbaryl Savin and 0.5 liter per hectare for endosulfan, which will provide a range of 5 to 10 ppm in the agricultural crop field. The effect of these commonly used pesticides was studied on nitrogen fixation potential of nostoc species in experiments with 2.5 to 500 ppm concentration of each pesticide in 50 ml of nitrogen-free Bg11 medium. The total nitrogen fixed by each nostoc species was estimated by conventional microzellar method in the laboratory cultures after 28 days of harvesting at each concentration of these two pesticides. Experiments were conducted by inoculating equal amounts of actively growing unialgal isolate of studied nostoc species in cotton stoppered conical flask. Now the practical results are depicted in the table indicate a progressive decrease in the total nitrogen fixed by Nostoc punctiforme, Nostoc muscorum, Nostoc carneum and Nostoc paradosum with increasing concentration of the savin and endotop pesticides. The tested isolates of Nostoc species showed increased total nitrogen content up to 10 ppm concentration of savin over the untreated control, while in the presence of 20 ppm dose level of savin pesticide, total nitrogen content was consistently decreased with the further increasing concentration of pesticides. At 250 dose level of savin, these studied nostoc species showed 82.1, 86.9, 81 and 81.4% decrease in total nitrogen content respectively over the control. While at higher dose level, that is at 500 ppm of savin, growth and nitrogen fixation was keys in all the tested species of genus Nostoc. Furthermore, among the tested blue-green algal species for endotop pesticides, that is the same species of the Nostoc, they also exhibited increased total nitrogen content at low dose level, that is 2.5 ppm with endotop over the untreated control, while at 5 ppm concentration of the endotop, progressive decline in nitrogen fixation occurred up to 100 ppm concentration, where decrease in total nitrogen content was observed by 85.4%, 95%, 92.5% and 94.8% than the control. Further increase
Sir,
in dose
please
level, that
conclude,
is
sir.
above. Yes, sir.
Please
Above.
conclude, sir.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I'm going towards the conclusion. So these are the results shown in the table. Here, as there is an increase in the concentration of the pesticide, there is a consistent decrease in the total nitrogen content in the studied nostoc species. Here, these are the graphs. When we compare it with the untreated control, we can found the consistent decrease in the total nitrogen content of the studied nostoc species. So these are the discussions. These are some reasons are given behind the increased nitrogen content. Here, the reduction in the total nitrogen content in the pesticide adapted nostoc species occur due to the inhibition of some stage or the stages during the process of nitrogen fixation in the presence of higher concentration of studied pesticides. Furthermore, increased nitrogen content in the presence of savin and endotop was seen due to the presence of nutrients in the media that minimizes the toxicity of the carbofuran and organochlorine pesticides. These reports are compared with the earlier reports of the workers. Conclusion from the experimental results, in general, it was seen that higher doses of pesticide application, that is more than 20 ppm of savin and even 10 ppm of endotop, adversely affected the survivability and nitrogen fixation potential of nostoc species in the laboratory culture. Of the two studied pesticide, endotop was found to be highly toxic to the 4 isolates of the nostoc species, and it was further concluded that at recommended doses of field application, both savin and endotop pesticides had no harmful and damaging effects on nitrogen fixation of nostoc species. So this is all for now. These are the references that I was used while preparing this manuscript. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Sir, you have used only nostoc. What is the reason behind this? Why you are not compared with other species also?
This paper was made for the nostoc species. Other species I was also tested for the pesticides like savin and endotop. But here I was interpreted the results regarding the nostoc species here.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thanks.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me, ma'am? Hello?
Yes, sir, you can start.
Hello, good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Bladari, and my paper title is Expansion of Protein Domains and Stress Tolerance in Barley and in Silico Approach. First of all, brief introduction about barley. Odum vulgare, known as barley, is self-pollinating plant. It is cultivated from last 1,000 years. It is known for its natural tolerance towards salt, drought, and fungal disease. It's one of the four most important cereal crops besides wheat, maize, rice in the world. In India, it is mostly used for animal feed, making malt for beverage. But in Western countries, it is mostly used for the direct human consumption. Because of its medicinal properties, it reduces risk of several human diseases, include heart disease, type 2 diabetes, and colorectal cancer. Now, introduction about the protein. Protein are consist of domain, and domain are known as the building block of the protein and are evolutionarily conserved protein sequence. Most frequently in multi-domain protein domains are found in combination with other domains. Around 80% of proteins in eukaryotes and two-thirds of protein in prokaryotes are multi-domain protein. Next slide, please. Predicting protein domains is essential for understanding a protein function at molecular level. So, in our study, we object to explore the expansion of distinct types of protein domains in barley genome. So in order to provide new insight into the distribution of protein domains and their biological function, we use two PFAM database to get annotation of each protein domains in barley. To know the widespread of protein domains among the kingdom, we systematically screen the PFAM domain in Hammer, a fast and sensitive homology search, which reveal the distribution of protein domains in barley. Now, material method. Barley genome sequence were obtained from the reference proteome database, which is Elevate and UniProt database. After that, we hidden Markov model of known domains was downloaded from the PFAM database. In reference proteome, there are contained about 24,211 protein sequence, which were searched against PFAM hidden Markov model database using Hammer scan program from Hammer package. We kept the inclusion threshold of e value less than equal to 0.01 and 0.01 so that we can use to consider the significance of output sequence and obtain the hit respectively. After the output of Hammer search, we analyze using in-house Perl script to extract the domains organization of each protein sequence, and after that, the protein domain information obtained from the PFAM database. Next slide, ma'am. The analysis of domain and protein architecture were performed by using R and with the assist of Perl program. After that, we predict the subcellular localization of the barley protein domain by using Fovea's web server. After that, the gene ontology mapping of the PFAM domain was downloaded from the gene ontology site. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide, man, please. Next slide, man, please. Hello. Next slide, ma'am, please. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Hello, man. Can you hear me, man? Hello, man.
Sorry for the interruption, sir. Actually, we had some network issue. We will share your PPT once again. Just a minute, sir.
Okay. Buddy.
So you please proceed from where you have left.
Okay. After that, we identified from 2024,211 protein sequence, we identified 13,797 protein domains, out of which 2,872 are unique protein domains. The remaining 57% sequence could not be assigned as per our criteria. So out of 13,797 sequences, 42% sequence were multi-domain protein with two or more domains, and rest 32% which protein with multiple occurrence of same domains were not counted. So it indicates that approximately 10% protein harbor same domain multiple times. Next slide. In this bar plot, we can see top 30 protein domains in biology genome. First, in domain frequency, we can see the in domain frequency we can see PPR2 pentatricopeptide repeat 2 and leucine-rich repeat 2 are the mostly frequently repeated protein domains in Bali genome, while in protein frequency, the protein kinase and leucine-rich repeat 8 are the mostly numerous protein domains which are present in Bali genome. In case of architecture frequency, leucine-rich repeat 8 and pentatricopeptide repeat 2 and P kinase are the mostly repeated protein domains in Bali genome. Next slide, ma'am. In this table, we can see the most 25 highly repeated and highly repeated protein domains and their function. In case of P kinase, which are repeated 748 times in the genome, and their main function is phosphorylate protein in signaling pathways. In case of leucine-rich repeat 8 was repeated 1,181 times, and their main function was involved in protein-protein interaction. Likewise, that PPR2 was repeated 1,054 in the genome, and their main function was involved in post-transcriptional processing within mitochondria and chloroplast. So, protein domains which are involved in plant development and stress response are PPR family, leucine-rich repeats, and anchoring protein repeats, and WD40. Likewise, S locus, glucose, LLRT2, and B3 epithelial 2 are the exclusive protein domains which are found in Bali genome. And LLR8 and LLRT45 get enzyme finger are the DNA binding domains which are universally expanded in protein domain families. And the conclusion, in conclusion, Bali genome was found various well-featured length of tandem repeat families which play a vital role in plant development and development. Tandem repeat families are WD14 and Carine. Demonstrate that the repeat domains are more than non-repeat gene families in Bali genome. This large transcription repeat to a certain point assign duplication or internal gene duplication within gene families. families. And next slide, ma'am. The tandem expansion is certain point assign their implication in merit of better biological processes like plant development and different mechanism against pathogen as well as biotic and abiotic stress, which show that the higher plant which can enable the higher plant to deal with adverse environmental condition and rapid acclimatization with harsh environmental condition.
Thank you, sir. As we all know, barley is one of the neglected crop. Do you have any varieties there, sir?
Yes, sir.
At your region? You are focused on particular variety or local cultivars you are focused?
Particularly, I am focused on local cultivar varieties. Sir.
Okay. You do not have certified varieties of barley?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sir, we have one more question for you, which you may see on the screen also. Have you confirmed your results by wet lab test?
Yes, ma'am. Not yet, ma'am. But in future, yeah, we will confirm our result with wet lab. We just start
Thank
our
you so
analysis in silico analysis.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, okay.
Okay, next, Swarali Uswadkar.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Kindly share your PPT.
Ma'am, I have shared the PPT. Is it visible?
You can proceed. It is visible.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, you can proceed, Swarali.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Swarali Uswadkar, pursuing master's degree in microbiology from Sandip University. I am here to present my research article on the topic isolation of pesticide-tolerating bacteria from agricultural soil and screening of its bioremediation potential. So, agriculture is the backbone of Indian economy, and for the better production of agricultural products, pesticides are used widely. Pesticides are the chemical substances that are used to control or kill the pests that at a minimum or tolerable level. The use of pesticides have been increased due to increase in the demand of agro products, and it has led to the accumulation of pesticide residues in the soil, air, and water environment. So, to remove these pollutants and toxic chemicals from the environment, a effective removal technique should be used. Bioremediation is a process that utilizes the ability of a microorganism to remove these toxic chemicals and pollutants to a minimum level. And the bioremediation potential of the bacteria is done using an pesticide. The objective of the study was to isolate a bacteria from agricultural soil, the screening of that potential microorganism, and determination of the bioremediation potential using imamectin benzoate, which is a widely used insecticide. It is highly potent, broad spectrum for leptospirus pests that are butterflies, moths, larvae, etc. The material and methods used are first the sample collection. The sample was collected aseptically from a grape farm located in Lokhandewadi in Nashik district. The soil was collected using 4-quadrant method, and it was aseptically transported to the laboratory. Then further, for the isolation of bacteria, the serial dilution method was done, where 1 gram of soil was aseptically inoculated in a 9 ml distilled water tube and was serially diluted to the concentrations from 10 raised to minus 1 to 10 raised to minus 6. These diluted samples were then used for spread plate technique. The dilutions used were 10 raised to minus 4, 10 raised to minus 6, and 10 raised to minus 5. The further screening of these bacterial further, the isolates were incubated for 72 hours and checked after every 24 hours whether the growth is seen or not. After the colonies, after that, the screening of these isolates was done. For the screening of the isolates, an inoculation where the mixture of sterile nutrient broth and 50 ppm concentration of imamectin benzoate pesticide was inoculated, and bacterial isolates which were already isolated were then mixed into this mixture and kept on a rotary shaker at 120 rpm for 3 to 5 days. These flasks were checked for their gram characteristics, morphological characteristics, and microscopic characteristics. For the determination of the bioremediation potential, the flasks were then the isolates which were in the flask were then checked for the pH, optical density of those isolates using the pH meter and visible spectrophotometry, and the values which were determined were indicated as the bioremediation potential on the basis of the turbidity, pH, and optical density of the isolates. These are the results. From the isolation technique, we got 25 bacterial isolates. From according to the time, the colony count was as follows. These are the isolated colonies from 10 raised to minus 4 concentration, 10 raised to minus 5, and 10 raised to minus 6 concentration. These are the photographs of the isolates where we check the bioremediation potential. The first, third, and fifth flask, or the first, third, and fifth isolate had the highest bioremediation potential, as it is visibly clear to us because of the turbidity, and also by calculating the values of the pH and OD. The conclusion is that the bacterial strains were successfully isolated, and the screening, the isolate had the tolerance of the pesticide at 50 ppm concentration, and they were mostly gram-positive bacteria. The 3 bacterial strains showed the highest potential of bioremediation, and hence the experiment was done. These are the references I preferred, and thank
Yes,
you.
Swarali, did you try to
Yes, sir.
identify the isolates?
Actually, no, sir. We wanted to try, but the time span was not enough. Actually, it was a project, so I did not have the availability to identify the organisms. The tools were
But
not
what you
there.
think? What it might be?
Okay.
It might be fungi.
So they were mostly
bacteria.
no, they were bacterias. They were bacterias, gram-positive
Okay.
bacterias, mostly.
Okay.
A large amount of gram-positive bacteria were seen.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Swarali.
Thank you, sir.
I just have one question. Why you have selected only 50 ppm concentration for pesticide?
Actually, ma'am, most of the research papers I have referred, the concentration, the minimum concentration at which the pesticide, the organism tolerate pesticide is 50 ppm. So I just started, and in future, if I get opportunity, I'll surely also do some use these other concentrations also, like 100 ppm concentration and 150 ppm concentration.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next is Chaudhary Krutibel.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Can I start?
Please start, ma'am.
Okay. So thank you for inviting me. My name is Kruti. I am from the Department of Botany, Gujarat University. My title is Vegetation Cover and Land Cover Analysis using Geospatial Applications in Ahmedabad City, Gujarat, India. Next, please. So as we know, uncontrolled population is the main factor that affect vegetation cover and land use pattern that result destruction of vegetation cover, and we can analyze and manage these anthropogenic activities using geospatial applications. And my aim of this study is to develop land use land cover map of urban Ahmedabad, and this research bring out the status of vegetation cover of study area using remote sensing and GIS. Next. So I'm using total of 464.60 km square area I have taken as a study area, and objectives of my research is first to detect area with more vegetation patches of Ahmedabad city, and second is to quantify the land use land cover changes of Ahmedabad city of year 2014 to 2019. So I have used unsupervised classification method for the land use land cover detection. I perform this method in ArcGIS 10.4, and also I have generated this map using ArcGIS 10.4. Here is my acquisition date of satellite image path and row. I have taken this satellite data from 26 December 2014 and 22 December 2019. Next. Outcomes. So first of all, we can see this is my map of Ahmedabad 2014. I have differentiate this land use land cover classes in various part. This we can see I have a water body represented by brown color, vegetation by baby pink color, roads and commercial area represented by white color, and constructed area represented by olive green color, and blue color represent open field. Next. Next, please. Okay, so here is a class description. I have already given it. Next. So this is map of land use land cover of Ahmedabad city 2019. Yeah, we can show a clear difference. A water body I have represented by sky blue color, roads and commercial area by yellow color, vegetation by green, built up area and constructed area as a red color, and open field as a blue color. Next. Next. So I have compared this year changes. Water body was 4% in 2014 and remained only 2% in 2019. And roads and commercial area 20% was it was increased by 2019 by 28%. And also vegetation was 18% in 2014, was decreased by only 8% in 2019. Constructed area was 37% in 2014. It will increased in 2019 by 61%, and open field was 21% in year 2014. It was only remained 1% in 2019. So we can clearly show that constructed area and open field majorly used in land use used by constructed area. Next. So I have concluded that land cover changes in Ahmedabad city harshly affected the vegetation cover of the urban area that causes the habitat loss of animals and birds. The major vegetation cover decreased by 10% in just 4 years of the period time. Due to anthropogenic activities, the vegetation cover drastically decreased. From 2014 to 2019, the constructed area increased by 61% in the year 2019. In 2040, that area was 37%. Urban Ahmedabad consists few places of natural vegetation and garden. Proper management strategies of urban growth and maintenance of vegetation area of city need quick action of conservation, particularly in Ahmedabad, Gardens Park, institutional campus and other areas with less human interaction consist of huge vegetation. It should be conserved and maintained as it is. Here is my major references.
Yeah, thank you, Kruti. Kruti, your study is based on the satellite images. You have taken satellite images in 2014 and 2019.
19, yes.
Do you have satellite images in between year-wise?
Yes, I have a satellite image of 2017 and 2018.
Okay. So if you could compare year-wise, then you can see the transition from, and it would be nice study also.
Yes, but I have limitation of presentation, so that's why I only conclude first year and last year.
Yeah, it's okay for presentation. It's okay, but you should have shown the transition. Yeah, that gives better idea. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kruti.
Thank you so much.
Okay, our next presenter, Miriam Ibrahim.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I can't see my screen yet. Good afternoon. I'm waiting for my screen.
Just
for
a
my
minute, ma'am.
presentation.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
You can start.
Hey, good afternoon. I am Mariam Ibrahim from the Department of Biochemistry in the Federal University of Dus Katsina State, Nigeria. My topic is the acute toxicity effect of aqueous leaf extract of Acalypha wilkinsiana on liver function indices of male albino rats. Next slide, please. Next, please. So, for centuries, plants have been used for medicinal purposes in Africa and the world. The practice of traditional medicine is as old as the human race itself. Traditional medicine still remains the main recourse for a large majority of people for treating health problems. It is estimated that there are 700,000 species of tropical flowering plants that have medicinal properties. Their actions include antibacterial, antiviral, and anticarcinogenic, among others. These medicinal values lie in some chemical substances that they contain. Acalypha wilkinsiana, commonly called the Irish petticoat, is native to the South Pacific Islands and belongs to the family of the Euphorbiaceae. It is a plant of great ornamental value, and it is also used in traditional medicine. The leaves of these diuretic plants are eaten as vegetables in the management of hypertension in southern Nigeria. It is also frequently used solely as a composite of many herbal preparations for therapeutic purposes. Although the leaves of this plant are eaten as vegetables for therapeutic purposes, it also has hepatoprotective function, useful in the management of cardiovascular disease and serve as a potential source of food nutrients and nutraceuticals. It is also beneficial in lowering of blood glucose levels. Next, please. Next, please. So acute toxicity occurs almost immediately after an exposure. An acute exposure is usually a single dose or a series of doses received during 24-hour period. Death is a major concern in cases of acute exposures. The median lethal dose is is of a toxin or radiation or a pathogen is the dose required to kill half the members of a tested population after a specified test duration. LD50 figures are frequently used as general indicator of a substance acute toxicity. The aim of the study is to assess the acute effect of the aqueous extract of Acalypha wilkinsiana leaf on the liver of male albino rats, and the specific objective of the research is to determine the median lethal dose to determine the effects of the aqueous leaf extract of Acalypha wilkinsiana leaf on serum liver biomarkers. Next, please. Next, please. The materials. The collection and identification of plant materials. The leaves of the plant were obtained within Dutse local government of Katsina State, Nigeria, and the leaves were wrapped in a bag and taken to Bayero University, Kano for identification, authentication, and verification of the species. The preparation. The leaves were thoroughly cleaned of all foreign materials and air-dried for 1 week. They were then grinded to powder and then steeped in water for 24 hours with constant stirring. It was then sieved and the filtrate was evaporated in a water bath. The crude extract was dried to powder in a desiccator. Experimental animals. 20 rats weighing 115 to 150 grams were purchased from the biochemistry department, University of Ilorin. They were allowed to acclimatize for 2 weeks. Next, please. So acute toxicity. LD50 was determined using the log method. In the initial phase, the next slide, please. In the initial phase, 9 rats were divided into 3 groups of 3 rats each. The rats were treated by administering orally the doses of the extract as given below. For the phase 1, Group 1 was administered with 10 mg per kg aqueous extract, Group 2 was administered 100 mg per kg of the aqueous extract, and Group 3 was administered 1000 mg per kg aqueous extract. The rats were monitored for 24 hours for mortality and general behavior. In the phase 2, 5 rats were grouped into 5 of 1 rat each. They were treated with doses based on the findings from the phase 1, which are 2,750, 3,750, and 5,000 mg per kg, and then monitored again for 14 days. Next slide, please.
Ma'am, are you done? I guess there is some network issue.
Next is Sachin Vaid.
You can proceed, sir.
You are not audible.
Sir, I guess there is some network issue from your end because we are not able to hear you. We will continue with you after some time.
Next, Prajapati Pujaben Mahendrabhai.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, yes, yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. I am sharing your PPT. Wait a minute.
Okay.
You can start.
Okay. Hello. I am Pooja Prajapati from Gujarat University, Ahmedabad. My title is Review on Phytochemical Analysis and Medicinal Value of Cornocarpus species. Cornocarpus species is belong to a Combretaceae family. It is commonly known as a damas in Arabic. It is an evergreen plant. Cornocarpus is a two species. First is a Cornocarpus erectus and second is a Cornocarpus lancifolius. This is a phytochemical analysis present in this plant like tannin, saponins, phenols, alkaloid. It's also called for secondary metabolites. Next. Okay. Importance and phytochemicals in plant. Phytochemicals is a broad term to meaning of plant phytochemicals referring to a wide variety of compounds that occur naturally in plants. Phytochemicals screening is very important in identifying new source of uh, therapeutic and industrial importance compound like alkaloid, flavonoid, phenol compound, saponins, steroids. These compounds are also known as the secondary metabolites. Phytochemical constituents present in the plant play a significant role in the identification and of crude drugs. Phytochemicals play an important role when used as cosmetic precipitation as an antimicrobial agent as well as an antioxidant. Phytochemicals are biological active. Phytochemicals cure a disease without causing any harm to human beings. These can also be considered in a man-friendly medicine. This is the scientific classification of Cornocarpus. Next. This table shows the result research papers and result and author's name to which I review on the paper. And these are the phytochemicals present in these papers. Next. Importance of phytochemicals. Phytochemicals is against to fight with the various diseases like diarrhea, spills, fevers, tumors, etc. The leaves and are eaten and their decoction to fever. The bark and the product of this species to identify and include the treatment of the found diabetes. Advantage and disadvantage of planting the Cornocarpus. The Cornocarpus is used to test and wild break to in its open desert area. Cornocarpus tree are used to decoration by planting tree on the side of the public garden, main roads, and entrance where they are cut and form into the square pyramid shapes. Disadvantage of Cornocarpus is Cornocarpus is advisable not to plant Cornocarpus tree near building because the ravage is radical water system which may cause damage to infrastructure and water pipes. Next. Conclusion. In Cornocarpus plants, phytochemicals like glycosides, saponins, flavonoids, tannins are present, and the absence of alkaloids. This plant is utilized against the iron deficiency, diabetes, fever, tumor, etc. The disease. Cornocarpus tree is used to decorate the planting inside the public gardens, main roads, etc. And these are the references. Thank you.
Hello, Pooja madam.
Yes, sir.
You are talking about the Cornocarpus species. It is Combretaceae family, na?
Yes, sir.
And you have studied two species. Which are they?
Cornocarpus erectus or Cornocarpus lancifolius.
Okay. And how many species are there in India?
There are in India there are many species of Cornocarpus.
All are medicinally useful, or only these two species are medicinally useful?
Recently, I have a study on these two species only.
Okay. So you
Yes,
have just
sir.
started your work.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We will continue with the Miriam Ibrahim. Please conclude your session, just. Miriam Ibrahim. Wait a minute, we will join very soon. Yeah, ma'am, you may proceed
now. Okay, thank you, ma'am. So I stopped at table 3, slide 7. The effects of the liver indices of rats. Effects on liver indices of rats given the different dosage of the Acalypha wilkinsiana aqueous leaf extract. The phase 1.
Ma'am, you please conclude. Directly go to the conclusion, ma'am.
Okay, so in conclusion, The results obtained from the acute oral toxicity study showed that the LD50 of the aqueous leaf extract of the Acalypha wilkinsiana demonstrated a high safety margin as the animals tolerated up to 5,000 mg per kg body weight. Based on the Hodge and Steiner scale, the extract could be said to be practically non-toxic. There were signs of weakness and sensitivity to sound at doses from 1,000 mg per kg up to a dose of 5,000 mg per kg body weight. There was also significant difference in the total bilirubin of the rats treated with the dosage of 100 mg per kg and that of 1,000 mg per kg compared to the control group. There was also a significant difference in the alkaline phosphatase of the rats treated with the dosage of 10 mg per kg. The bilirubin level increased with increasing dosage levels due to effect of the aqueous extract on the liver. The ALT, the AST, and the albumin also increased with increase in dosage. Total protein slightly decreased with increase in dosage. So in conclusion, the aqueous leaf extract of Acalypha wilkinsiana could be said to be practically non-toxic based on this study. However, care must be taken in its consumption as they are indicative of negative effects on the liver. I included my references. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mariam madam. So you are talking about this
So you are talking
Acalypha wilkinsiana.
Acalypha wilkinsiana.
Yes, sir.
Am I right?
Am I right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Which is the close species
Which is the
to
close
this
species to
Acalypha
this
wilkinsiana?
Acalypha wilkinsiana?
Close species.
Yeah, close species.
Yeah, close species.
Well, they are from the
Which is
family of
showing similar
Euphorbium.
type of result.
Similar type of result.
You said similar type of result?
Yeah.
Yes, there is a
Yeah.
plant, Ficus toningi, that showed a similar type of result to this plant.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, madam.
Yeah. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next, Himangi Gavit.
Hello. Hello.
Just a minute, we are sharing your presentation, ma'am.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Himangi Gavit, presently working as an assistant professor in Department of Zoology, NSI Bhavte College, Manchar. On behalf of my team, I am presenting our work over here on synergistic effect on antibacterial efficacy of Bridelia retusa and Kigelia pinnata plant extracts on pus-causing bacteria. Next, please. Okay. When bacteria infect and inflame a hair follicle, a painful pus-filled bump can form under your skin. This particular pus is an accumulation of dead material. So many types of infection can cause pus. To treat this, doctor prescribe oral, topical, or intravenous antibiotics such as amikacin, amoxicillin, and so on. Till date, more than 30 types of pus-causing bacteria have become resistant to certain antibiotics. And this antibacterial activity refers to inhibition of the diseases causing microorganisms. Antibiotics are associated with many side effects as well. Natural products of higher plants may possess a new source of antimicrobial agents with possibly novel mechanism of action. The use of plant extracts and phytochemicals, both with known antimicrobial properties, can be of great significance in the therapeutic treatments. Many plants have been used because of their antimicrobial traits, which are due to compound synthesis in the secondary metabolism of the plant. Next, please. So, in this study, we have used two plants, that is Bridelia retusa and Kigelia pinnata. Bridelia retusa is a tree which is harvested from the wild for local use of medicine, food, and source of good quality wood. Basically, the extracts of bark, leaf, and fruits are used for urinary tract infection and in other traditional medicine. Next, please. Next, please. Kigelia pinnata possesses many traditional uses such as anti-cancer, anti-leprotopic, anti-malarial, anti-diabetic, and so on, activities and so on. Next, please. So the rationale of this study is antibiotic resistance is one of the biggest public health challenges of our time. And according to WHO, AMR occurs when bacteria, viruses, fungi, and parasites change over time and no longer respond to medicines, making infections harder to treat. Antibiotic resistance is one of the biggest public health challenges of our time. There are more than 47,000 plant species in India, but there is huge untapped potentials of plants which is still unexplored. So the rationale of the study is to assess whether the combination of antibacterial efficacy of these two plants is effective against pus-causing bacteria. And this is a list of objectives. Next, please. So for methodology, we have collected the plant materials. Kigelia pinnata was collected from our college, that is Karmavir Bhaurao Patil College in Vashi, and Bridelia retusa was collected from Nandurbar district. The leaves were washed with distilled water and dried and then further grinded. Next, please. Then further isolation was carried out of the pus-causing bacteria from the pus and acne. For this, the pimple and acne was disinfected using alcohol swab, and the tip of the cotton swab was rotated on the pimple or acne to collect a sample. And this particular swab was further immersed in the tube containing sterile saline, and loopful of saline suspension was streaked on sterile nutrient agar plate and incubated at 37 degrees for 24 hours. Then further macroscopic and microscopic examination was carried out of these isolates. Next. Phytochemical analysis of the collected plant materials was carried out using the standard methods. Next. So these are the tests which we performed, the qualitative tests which we performed for phytochemical analysis, and these are the phytochemical analysis for which we were looking for. Next. Okay, so for the determination of antibacterial effect of individual plant extracts as well as for the combined effect, we use the antibacterial assay and agar diffusion assay, where the wells were punched in using sterile borer and different plant extracts were added to the wells. Next, please. These particular plates then were further incubated at 37 degrees Celsius, and for combined effect, we added the equal amount of Bridelia retusa extract and Kigelia pinnata extract and added to the punched wells. Next. So coming to the observation and result about the study of isolated colonies, this chart depicts the macroscopic examination of the isolated colonies. So we selected the 3 isolates and studied the macroscopic characteristics and the colony characteristics of the isolate. So this is the macroscopic examination of our isolates. Next. About the phytochemical analysis of Kigelia pinnata extracts, as we can see over here in this table, the extracts from leaves showed the presence of alkaloids, carbohydrates, glycosides, saponins, phytosterol, phenols, tannins, flavonoids, and proteins and amino acids. Right? Aqueous extract of this particular plant did not show many of the phytochemicals. Next, please.
Madam, please conclude.
Okay. Okay, sir.
What is your conclusion, madam?
Yes, sir. So, antibacterial assay of Kigelia pinnata showed that the leaf extracts of the Kigelia pinnata showed maximum activity against the test isolate. In case of Brydelia retusa, the stem extract showed the maximum activity. And when we performed the combined antibacterial activity, we studied the synergistic effect of antibacterial activity of both the plant extract. We got the positive result. We got the addition effect of the extracts against the test isolates. So
Madam,
the results show that the combination of plant extracts are effective against the test bacteria.
okay. You have used Bidelia retusa and Kigelia pinnata. One
Yes,
is the
sir.
member of Phyllanthesi and one is the Bignoniaceae. What is the
Bignoniaceae, yes.
relation choosing these two plants, totally distinct families, and that too also you have collected Kigelia pinnata from Nandurbar region.
No, sir, Cagelia
What is the
pinnata.
reason behind this?
Okay. No, so basically, we have a project compulsory for our TY students, and these two plant samples were given to two different groups for study. So this result, then we thought of combining both the extracts for analysis for getting the effect.
Yeah, it's okay, but see, you have chosen two different families. There is no relation. Then again, you are selecting these two plants from two geographical region. That is also
Yes,
no
sir.
reason.
Okay.
There is
Yes,
no
sir.
correlation in between your selection of plant also and selection of plant specimens also.
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, yes.
Yeah. Tell me, madam.
Okay, so actually two groups were working. One was on Kigelia pinnata and one was on Brydelia retusa. And both the groups individually got the positive results. So we thought of combining both the extracts. That's it. It was just a basic study.
Okay, madam. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, welcome.
Next, Sandhya Verma.
Hello. Ma'am, I'm sharing my screen.
Okay.
Is it visible? My presentation?
Not yet. Yes.
Is it now?
Yes. You can start.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sandhya Verma. I am a PhD research scholar from Department of Botany, Gujarat University. I will be presenting my research work entitled Effects of Seed Priming on Germination Traits of Isabgol Under Salinity Stress. So what is salinity or salt stress? The adverse effect of excess salt present in the soil or water is actually the salinity. So how salinity hampers plant growth? Salinity affects almost all the stages of plant, including germination, seedling growth, vegetative growth, and maturity growth. It causes ionic and osmotic stress. Besides this, it causes unfavorable environment and hydrological situation that restricts normal crop production. Salinity reduces seed germination, and it also lengthens the time which is required for the germination. Besides this, as you can see in the picture, it also interferes with the other metabolisms going on in the cell. So what is seed priming? Seed priming is a simple pre-germination strategy to improve seed performance and alleviate the negative effects associated with stress exposure with the help of priming agents. So how does this salinity actually affect the seed germination process? It affects by increasing osmotic pressure. It also deals with the alternation of metabolism stored inside the embryo and the cotyledons. The excess salt is obviously toxic to the embryo. So if I talk about the significances of seed priming, it enhances the germination and it also triggers the specific stress responsive system, which deals with the antioxidant defense system. It also enhances stress resistance, plant growth, and productivity. Besides this, it is a very simple and easily performable and low cost technique. So objectives of this study: the first objective is to study the impacts of salinity on germination of isabgol, to study the possible outcomes of seed priming on germination behavior in isabgol under salinity, and also to improve the germination rate and uniformity under salinity stress. So the materials and methods: the first step was the plant material. For that, Plantago ovata, seeds of Plantago ovata variety Gujarati Sabgul 3 have been obtained from Seed Specialist Research Station Jabudan, Gujarat, which served as the primary material for the present experimentation. After that, the priming treatments were given to the seeds. Before that, the seeds were sterilized with 4% of sodium hypochlorite solution for 3 minutes after they were washed and dried on the filter paper. The seeds were treated with the following seed soaking media, and the unsoaked seeds were used as a control. The first treatment which I have given to the seeds were of salicylic acid of 0.5 millimolar solution for 22 hours. The second treatment was of 10% KNO3. During the whole priming treatment, the containers were kept in the dark condition, as you can see in the picture. After that, I've covered it, and they were well aerated, and the treated seeds were then again tried to their original content. The third step was the seed experimentation, germination experiment. The experimental design was basically 2x3 completely randomized design with 3 replicates. 20 seeds were placed on Wortmann's filter paper number 1 per petri dish. Unprimed were used as a controlled. And the distilled water has been used for zero salinity, and for salt stress of 5.3 decisiemens per meter, NaCl solution has been prepared. Data was recorded on germination for 7 days. The seeds were considered germinated once the radicle was at least 2 mm long. After that, the data collection has been done on various traits such as germination percentage, mean germination time, plumule length, radical length, vigor index, and fresh weight. And after that, the statistical analysis has been done by using SPSS software. In that, two-way ANOVA has been performed with p-value less than 0.05, and the means were compared by LSD as a post hoc. So the result and the discussion. The table shows the mean square from a two-way ANOVA of for germination rates under salinity and priming treatments. In that, you can see the salinity has significant difference on germination percentage, fruit radical length, and on fresh weight. And priming also has shown significant difference on plumule length, radical length, vigor index, and fresh weight. The interaction between salinity and priming has also shown significant difference in germination percentage, mean germination time. So this slide shows the graphical representation of effects of seed priming on various germination traits of Isabgol, Gujarati Isabgol variety 3 under salinity. By increasing salinity, germination percentage, radical length, vigor index, and fresh weight decreased, but salinity has no negative impact on mean germination time and plumule length. If you look at the priming with salicylic acid, it has shown increased plumule length, seed vigor, and fresh weight in zero salinity. Priming with KNO3 has increased root radical length, seed vigor, and fresh weight under no salinity. Perhaps if we talk about priming with salicylic acid under salinity of 5.3 decisiemens per meter has shown increased in mean germination time and has no effect on other traits. On the other hand, priming with KNO3 under salinity has increased germination percentage, mean germination time, and vigor index, as well as the fresh weight under salinity as compared to the zero salinity. So the conclusions are, result shows that the salinity level of 5.3 decisiemens per meter does affect germination percentage. This could be done. This could be due to the osmotic potential of the solution. Salinity stress has also shown negative impacts on plumule length, vigor index, and fresh weight. This could be probably due to the decrease in mobilization of the reserved stored material from cotyledons to embryo axis. Both the priming treatment have shown improved germination traits. And considering the above results, it could also be concluded that KNO3 was quite effective in enhancing germination percentage and mean germination time under the salinity stress. Therefore, seed priming with KNO3 could be an effective approach to overcome salinity in this particular variety, Gujarati Isabgol 3. I would like to acknowledge UGC New Delhi, India for the financial assistance, and these are the key references. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandhya madam. Will you tell me, this is the practical problem in Gujarat region for the germination of Isabgol?
Actually, there are varieties of Isabgol which are salt tolerant, but when I performed the salt screening test for these other varieties like Gujarati Isabgol 3 and Gujarati Isabgol 4, the germination percentage actually reduced more than 60%. So that's why I thought, how can we make other varieties also tolerance? That's why I am working on this.
Okay. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next is Dr. K.M. Khalkar. Dr. K.M. Khalkar.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Am I here?
Yes, I will share your PPT, sir. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Sir, you may start now.
Madam, can I share my PPT? Hello? Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am? Hello?
Yes, sir, you're audible. Can you see the PPT, sir?
No, the PPT was not visible.
Just a minute, sir. Just a minute. Okay, just give us a minute, sir. There is some network issue.
Okay, okay. Hello? Hello? Hello. Hello, ma'am. Can I share my PPT? Yes. Am I here, ma'am?
Sorry for the inconvenience caused, sir. Can you share your PPT on your own?
Yes. Can I share?
Yes, sir. Please.
Yes. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, it is
Hello.
visible. You can proceed.
Okay. Can I start, ma'am? Yes. Can I start?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay. Good noon, everyone. Uh, I am Dr. K.M. Khalkar, Department of Botany, KTHM College, Nashik. I am here to present my paper titled Studies on Biophysical Chemical Properties of Water Calyx Fluid in the Spathodia campanulata. Okay, this one is the one of the ornamental plant. It shows, this slide shows the inflorescence of the plant, that is the Spathodia, in which we find here that is the open flowers as well as few immature flowers which bind by a calyx in which it protects the different floral whorls. Not only the floral whorls, but it contains some fluid known as the water calyces. In this research paper, I will uh, go by these points like as the introduction, the review of literature, material and methodology, result and conclusion, and lastly the reference. So friend, the Spathodia is the monotypic genus of the flowering plant having the family Bignoniaceae. This one is the single species. It contains the Spathodia campanulata and commonly known as the African tulip tree. This plant, in the development of the flower, a unique nature is there. How it is unique nature? Means the inner whorls develop immense in a fluid called as simply water calyces. The inner whorl, like as the petals are there, endocombs are there, gynocombs are there, and this water calyces, majority of the workers or the researchers find out that are protective in their functions. And here also under this research paper, I find out the biophysicochemical properties of the water calyces. And this present investigation into the biochemical composition and the physicochemical properties water calyx fluid from this a single plant, that is the Spathodia campanulata, and in which a cuff-like water calyces served merely a defense tools. Yes, that are under the defense tool in determining a floral inflorescence and protective the sex organ during the favorable consequences of the strong transpirations. Means under the unfavorable conditions of the environment, that calyx, or that we will say the water calyces, protect the inner whorls of the flowers are there, that may be of the endocombs and the gynocombs are there. The fluid have the demonstration processes like as they are acts against the antimicrobial or acts the multipotential biomolecular necessary for the development of the flower, and the primary metabolites are involved in the cellular reactions resulting in the overall growth of the plant body. The sugar in the plant act as the sign allying molecules and are required for the development of the reproductive structures. The material which will be used here, that the healthy buds were selected and grouped into small, medium and large sizes based on their size, cum weight of intact floral buds. The calyx fluid was extracted from the respective flower bud with the help of sterile syringe, and for physicochemical studies, a calyx fluid from all the bud sizes were collected, freshly mixed and analyzed properly. The method which will be used here for protein estimations by Lowry method is there. Reducing sugar estimation by denitrosalicylic acid method which will be used here. Total free amino acid by ninhydrin method is there. Total phenols by the Follin, we will say a chlorocalcium reagent method is there. Antimicrobial test by the agar-well diffusion method is there. Antioxidant test by the DPPH assay method is there. The plant growth test by the general sowing method of the used here, as well as the find out the FTIR, the spectroscopy is there. The results are which will find out here the physicochemical analysis of the plant or of the water calyxes. Here two different, we will say, calyx or the nature of the flower or the structures are used in young conditions, in nearly matured condition, in matured condition. In young conditions, it shows that the content like as the pH, the proteins, the reducing sugar, the total phenol, the total amino acids, all are more than the nearly matured and the matured. It shows that when the calyces or when a calyx or the part of the plant increases, automatically the pH, the protein, the reducing sugar, the total phenol, the total amino acids are reduces here. Means increase in the growth of or the maturations of the flowers, decrease in the content like as the protein, reducing sugar, total phenols and the total amino acids. The water calyces also shows the antioxidant properly, which is compared with the standard ascorbic acid, and that the water calyces or the calyx fluid makes the different percentage and find out there is a presence of the antioxidant property is there. At the same times, with that the water calyces or the fluid having the antifungal, antibacterial property also. Here the two bacteria, two fungal which will be used right there and on which the calyx fluids are treated. It shows that the calyx fluid having the antimicrobial property. Also the plant growth test is also done here. For the purpose of that, 3 pots are taken, A, B, C. A pot considered as a control, B and the C pot in which water, we will say the calyces which will be used there, and that B 50 ml of water, calyx water, and 50 ml of the tap water which will be used there. In C, we will say the total water calyces is used there. It shows that after a month, a result which will be shown here that the wheat plant growth surprisingly better than the pot A and B. Means when we are using the water calyces, they are helpful for the water growth. Also, there are so many applications of the sap water. We are find out by the different, we will say the methods are there. The high nutritive calyx fluid can be used as a nutritional supplement for novel food source. Antimicrobial activity is there, antioxidant activity is there. Sap water can be used as a liquid fertilizer. With the help of that, we can go or increase the growth of the plant is there. Sap water has a stimulus interaction with, we will say, the gentamicin and the streptomycin is there. That is the antifungal, antimicrobial, antibacterial activity is there, and that sap water is being valuable or available as an ample source and can be used for a pharmaceutical industry for the various purposes there. The conclusion, the first conclusion, that is the calyx fluid is high in concentration of reducing sugar, phenol, proteins and amino acid. Having antimicrobial activities there, antioxidant activities there. It also shows fertilizations properties there, and that sap water can be used as a potentiating agent with antimicrobial drug, as well as we will say with some cosmetics are there. That sap water is also glycolipid in nature. It also shows that metabolites in calyx fluid are favorable osmolytes, and we will say they are like as the reducing sugar, amino acids, proteins and total phenol, and obligatory for the flower developments. The evaluated biomolecules are significant in quantity in various stages of floral buds and contribute to a floral antogen. The physicochemical parameters reveal the fluid is highly stable. Hence, the water calyx, we will say that fluid provides optimum physiological conditions for the developing floral buds are there. They are protective in their functions and they are useful for the developing different floral buds are there. So all these are the references which I have used for the preparation of this research paper is there, and on the basis of that we I find out that the water calyces are useful for the floral development. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You have told all the story of water calyx fluid in this Pathodia campanulata.
Yes,
Only I would like to include, sir, in your presentation, you have mentioned Pathodia campanulata is a monotypic genus.
Okay.
Sir, it is not a monotypic genus. There are many species in this Pathodia, sir.
Okay. But in our region, only one species is there.
Yeah, but we cannot say it is a monotypic since there are a lot of species in there.
Yes, maybe.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, next, Rajhans Sanjukta Sanjay.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Ma'am, can you share the PDF that I had sent? Or shall I share it from here?
Yes, I will share. Wait a minute.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Please start. Everyone, I am Sanjukta Rajans, and the title of my presentation is CDK1 and CDK2 as potential targets for anti-cancer activity. We all know that the whole world is finding cures for the cancer disease. So CDKs and cyclines, they make complexes together and control the cell cycle. So when we control the cell cycle using these CDKs and cyclines, we are able to control the anti-cancer activity using the targeted therapy. Here I have used the in silico analysis for my work, and I have used two targets that are proteins CDK1, and for the protein name is FILQF, and the second is CDK2, that is 1E1V. So these are the proteins that were taken from the protein data bank. After that, these were the proteins. After that, the ligands were prepared. So the ligands were taken from the phytochemicals that is from the plant Cascabella thewacea L. Lipold. So 37 phytochemicals were selected based on the Duke's review. So these phytochemicals were virtually screened, and then using the Yasara software, they were docked. After that, after the docking was completed, it was seen that in the results you can see there are some figures that are the 2D representations of the complexes that were formed. So FILQF were complexed with cerebroside, thevetioside D, thevetioside E, quercetin, and cerebroside. And the 2D representative of 1E1B was complexed with camphorol, quercetin, thevetioside F, thevetioside H, and thevetin C. So what we have got from this experiment was that quercetin was commonly found as a potential phytochemical which can be used in preparation of the medicines for the anti-cancer activity. So if the targets of the cancer are CDK1 and CDK2, and if we use medicines that contain quercetin in it, then it can be said that cancer can be stopped at that particular position in the cell cycle. The cell cycle will not move further, and the completion will not take place, and further tumor generation will stop. And this is how it has been proved using this in silico analysis that CDK1 and CDK2 are anti-potential targets for the anti-cancerous activity. So that is all. I here end this poster presentation show here. If you have any questions, please you can ask me.
Hello, your study is based on in silico only. You are not studied in vitro or with other things.
Sir, this is the base of my study. I have done in silico studies and I am currently working on the in vitro studies, and the screening has helped me in my work for debate works in vitro studies. So in silico was my basis of the work, and now I have continued my work in the in vitro study.
Okay, okay. So in future, you might be having more interesting stories about the CDK1 and CDK2.
Yes, 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 sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Using the apoptosis assay also we can prove it. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Next, Sachin Vaid. Are you there or not? Sachin Vaid. May I audible? Yes. Okay, next. Next, Dinesh Kumar.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I will share your PPT.
Yeah, sure.
Please turn on your camera.
Sure. Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you can start.
Okay. I'm Dinesh Kumar from Department of Life Sciences, University of Mumbai. First of all, I would like to thank organizers for providing me the opportunity to present my research work. I'll talk on role of thymoquinone in glycation process. Non-enzymatic interaction between amino group of proteins and carbonyl group of sugar is generally known as glycation process. The interaction leads to generation of harmful compounds collectively called the advanced glycation end products. The glycating potential of sugar vary according to their interaction, binding affinity and concentrations. The glycated products has been involved in the diabetes and its complications and neurodegenerative disorders like Alzheimer, Parkinson's, etc. Next, the physiological. Next slide, please. The reaction of glycated products formation is shown over here. The reducing sugar, the carbonyl group and NH2 group of protein interact and skip base are formed, and the further converted into ketamines, that is amidary products, and then further converted into protein crosslink and protein adducts. Next slide, please. The physiological interaction between drug and proteins play important role for the development of any therapeutic molecule or drug designing. The interaction study of molecule with proteins helps in understanding the kind of molecular forces involved in the binding sites, number of binding sites, and their affinity towards the ligands determine the overall association, which can be achieved by obtaining the equilibrium constant between ligands and the proteins. The drug stability is greatly influenced by the binding of drug to the protein and its affinity for the protein. Thymoquinone, it is a bioactive component of Nigella stiva, which is identified as a promising anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, and anti-analgesic properties. Next, please. Next slide, please. Hello. Next slide, please. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Just a second. We are just trying to connect again.
Yeah, sure.
Sir, you may proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. The objective of the study is to analyze the interaction of thymoquinone and serum albumin to check the potential of thymoquinone in process of glycation and to check the role in anti-aggregation property and to observe the structural alteration in secondary structure of the protein. Next slide, please. BSA has its own intrinsic fluorescence properties and emits intensely upon excitation. By monitoring the intrinsic fluorescence quenching, we can evaluate the interaction between thymoquinone and BSA. The fluorescence of BSA was quenched with the increasing concentration of thymoquinone. We can see over in the graph. And the fluorescence of BSA is majorly dominated by the tryptophan residue, which is extremely sensitive to the surrounding environment. Next, please. To determine the type of quenching mechanism at different temperature, we applied the well-known mathematical Stern-Walmer equation, and with the help of it, we calculated the Stern-Walmer constant and quenching constant, which is found to be decreased with increasing temperature. And from these data we can say that the dynamic interaction has been noticed with increasing temperature. Next, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The value of binding constant can be calculated from the double logarithm graph by applying the modified Stern-Walmer equation, which is found to be 18.31 into 10 to the raised power 7 per mole at 293 Kelvin, and only one binding stoichiometry is found. Next slide, please. We calculated the values of thermodynamic parameters, enthalpy and energy, and Gibbs energy, which is found to be negative, which means the interaction is spontaneous. And from this data, we can say that there is involvement of the van der Waal interactions and hydrogen bonds mainly involved in the stabilization of thymoquinone BSA complex. Next slide, please.
Dinesh Kumar, please
Therefore,
conclude yourself. Please conclude.
Sir, your voice is breaking. Please pardon.
Yes, please conclude, sir.
Sure, sir. The conclusion, the binding constant of the thymoquinone BSA complex suggested the dynamic interaction with increasing temperature, and the negative Gibbs energy confirmed the spontaneity of interaction. The van der Waal interactions and hydrogen bonds involved for the stabilization of thymoquinone BSA complex. The decrement of fructosamine content and carbonyl content and total H's formed during the glycation process in the presence of the thymoquinone. No alteration of secondary structure of protein, and there is reduced aggregation of beta amyloid structures. It can be concluded that thymoquinone can be potential anti-glycating, anti-aggregation agent and better therapeutic drug. And I would like to acknowledge the Dr. Ahmed Ali, my PhD guy, and my research collaborators, Ms. Suruti Bhatkalkar, Dr. Silpi Sachar, and Dr. Silva Kumar for guidance and helping during the entire research work. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dinesh Kumar, sir, for your nice presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Vinay Kumar Hegde.
Yes. Hello, madam.
Vinay Kumar
Good
Hegde.
afternoon.
Yes.
Shall I share my slide or will you share, madam?
I will share your screen.
Yes, sure. Just starting.
Now.
Hello, madam. Partial slide is coming. Full slide is not visible. Can I share from my side? Yes, thank you, madam. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, madam.
Sir, kindly proceed with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vinay Kumar Hegde, and I am pursuing my PhD in Amity University, Amity Institute of Biotechnology. And today I am going to present one of our research topics in plant tissue culture. The title of the topic is High Frequency Micropropagation of Plumbago indica, an important shrub of medicinal and eco-restoration value. Next slide, please. The introduction to this plant is the Plumbago indica is a popular horticultural crop and with many important medicinal values. It is native to Southeast India and South Asia. It has been used for traditional medicine since from so many years. and it is listed in Ayush department. The main component of the metabolite present in plumbago species is plumbagin, and which is very rich in plumbago indica compared to any other plumbago species. Some of the medicinal properties are listed here. I am now not going to read everything, but the main thing is anti-cancerous property. So due to the huge demand in the worldwide market, plumbago indica plants are in a rich demand. So there are no seeds produced in the plant, and conventional propagation methods, they don't fulfill the demand. Hence, there is a need for alternate technology like plant tissue culture to produce large number of quality planting materials. So this present steady research work successfully achieved the objective. Next slide, please. So we all know that plant tissue culture is collectively, I'll tell you, it's a taking any part of a plant and growing aseptically under controlled conditions on a nutritive medium to get a whole plant. So through the different pathways like direct regeneration, indirect regeneration, and somatic embryogenesis, we can clone the plants, and from a tissue we can produce large number of plants. This is plant tissue culture. So next slide, please. The main objectives of the study is, next slide, please. The main objectives are selection of plant materials, establishment aseptic cultures, multiplication, and sometimes shoot elongation if required, rooting and acclimatization. So next slide, please. So while selecting the plant, we have to be very careful because it's a cloning. So whatever we select, the outcome will be the same clone of these plants. The selection, collection, and identification is the first step of plant tissue culture. So we have collected the explants when the flower is in flowering condition. The plant is in flowering condition, and we have to consider the microflora area, geographical area, age of the plant, age of the explant, and whether it is infected or not. All these things before selecting the plant. Next slide, please. And after selection, before inoculation, the explants should be surface sterilized to eliminate all the microbial contents on the surface. So surface sterilization was done in our protocol using running tap water and detergents like Twin 20 or 80, and sterilizing agents like ethanol, sodium hypochlorite, and finally taken into the LAF chamber, laminar airflow, and mercury chloride treatment was done, and it was rinsed with 4 to 5 times with sterile distilled water. And after surface sterilization, this protocol was optimized and inoculated on the nutrition medium. And cultures were inoculated in the conditions on the MS medium. Sucrose was as a carbon source, and gelling agent used was agar, and fluorescent light, white light, 2000 lux, 12 hours per day, and temperature was maintained 25 plus or minus 2, and the humidity is 70 to 90%. And every 3 to 4 weeks, subculture has to be done, and the explant, the aseptic plant which is started reproducing, it is shifted to a new plant. Madam, previous slide. So after 2 weeks of, hello, go to the previous slide, please. I have not come to this one. Previous one. One more slide, previous. Yes, thank you. So after successful sterilization, the explants were maintained. Next slide, please. And after 2 weeks of subculture, so subculturing was done every 3 to 4 weeks. After 2 weeks of inoculation, the shoot tip explant, which is shown in the first photo, and in the second photo, after 4 subcultures. So different combinations of plant growth hormones and with the different concentrations were used.
Vinay Kumar, please come to your conclusion.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And these are the multiplication photos from the shoot tip explants. Next slide, please. And these are the multiple shoots we have got in the nodal explants. Next slide, please. And shoot elongation was done because the shoots were too short, and elongation is done on an elongation medium, and rooting was done in a rooting medium. Next slide, please. After in vitro roots, The plants were hardened. Acclimatization was done using primary and secondary hardening techniques. And by this, I'll conclude my work. This protocol is reproducible and commercially viable. Large number of plants were produced at reasonable cost at rupees 15 rupees including the hardening, and plant tissue culture is a cloning. So while it is a true to type and selected mother plant, and it is promising elite quality is produced in the production of plants, and disease free quality materials were produced. And this is example for lab to land concept. And what is the significance to the society? Farmers they got quality planting materials as an intercrop so that the annual return is increased, and it is a raw materials for the pharmacy companies. And in one of the important things is, if this is listed in a rare plants RET list, so this method is useful for in vitro conservation and redistribution also. And I'd like to thank
Vinay Kumar, you said this plant is garden plant. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So then, what is the necessity of the going for the micropropagation?
Sir, this is a garden plant and it is having the plumbagen content. It is also a
Yeah,
highly
but
important
you are
medicinal plant.
going for micropropagation, but plumbagen present in the root.
Yes.
Then what is the purpose of going for micropropagation?
Sir, we need a planting materials quality as from the farmer side. If you don't produce, how you will produce the plants? So we have produced the plants using plant tissue culture techniques. So because conventional methods we cannot produce large number of plants, and there are no seeds produced in this plant. So conventional method is shoot cuttings.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Vinay Kumar.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Next, Chandrakala Ganesh Rao Sonone.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, ma'am. I am audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, ma'am. Hello, myself Sonone CG.
Presentation is visible.
Doing the PhD. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am. Yes. Okay, myself is Sonone CG, doing the PhD in a microbiology department at the Sandip Foundation. Sorry, Sandip University. So, let's start some introduction parts. First of all, my title is the development and formulation of lemon blended beverages. The first of all, whey beverage has been the recognized in the firstly you that is the thirst quenching, refreshing, healthful, and very nutritious. Whey based fruit beverages are the more suitable for the has a beverage athletic purpose. First of all, 50% of nutrients originally present in the milk. That's why we have to milk sugar, that is the lactose. Next slide, please, ma'am. The one of whey is the one of the nutritious byproduct obtained from the dairy product, just like the cheese, chana, and the paneer. in which we can basically use in the lemon uh, uh, fruit beverages, just like the basically lemon or the citrus fruit have the very nutritious and the very tasty, and it is a good source of the vitamin C. It is also rich nutrients like the potassium, calcium, and proteins also, and also rich in a fibers contents. Okay, so the it is very health conscious, health purpose type of the beverages we can produce. So my objectives is the to formulate and development of the lemon way beverages. Second one is the my objects to sensory evolutions of the lemon way beverage. And last one, we have to take the study, storage study of lemon way beverages. Next slide, please, ma'am. Next slide. The first of all, in which we have to formulate the material required during the preparations, just like the milk procured from the local markets. Then we can produce the paneer whey. Firstly, we have to produce the first you have to take the milk from the local market, then paneer whey, it is prepared at the Sandip University. Then we have to sugar content, it is procured from the local market, and lemon we can obtain from the local markets. Then next slide, please, ma'am. The another way how to produce the paneer whey. The first of all, we have to standardize the milk. Standards milk we have to heat it in 90% degree Celsius on a hold, and then it is cooled to the 70 degree Celsius. Then we have to add in 2% citric acid solutions. Then milk we have to stirring vigorously. Then cool, and then milk coagulate. And after the coagulations, we have to separate the whey and to take the further studies. Then another one more aspect, how to prepare the lemon juice extract. The in which we have to firstly we have to collect was take the fresh matured ripened lemon of medium size. Then we have to wash it to remove the extracts, to remove the outermost part. Then wash, and then afterward we have to extract the juice to remove the seeds and the peel. And then this type of the juice we have to collect and filter in a clean muslin cloth.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation. Kindly conclude. I request Dr. Ravikiran Pagare to proceed.
Yeah, madam, please conclude. Tell your conclusion.
Okay, sir. My conclusion is there. It is one type of the beverage, whey beverages. It is very nutritious to produce. Health conscious people can consume this type of the beverage, just like the probiotic type of the beverage is prepared, and it is very benefit for human beings.
Madam, do you have supporting references for your research?
Yes, sir.
Do you have supporting references?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Supporting
Thank you
this.
very much, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Dr. Bhushan sir. We are just sharing your PPT. Just a minute.
Okay, next, Hadiya Tawfiq. Next, Hadiya Tawfiq. Hello. त्यांनीच left केलं मॅम. Okay, next, Rinki Rajesh Shahu.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, should I share my screen? Hello.
I am sharing. Wait a minute. Yes, you can proceed.
Yeah, okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Rinki Shaw. I'm pursuing my PhD from Amity University, Mumbai. First of all, I want to thanks to everyone for giving me such an opportunity to present over here. Here I'm going to present on the topic of enhanced antioxidant potential of stevia nanoparticles. As the World Health Organization recommended consumption of only 25 grams of sugar per day. Use of stevia as a natural low-caloric sweetener. It is a 300 to 300 times sweeter than the sucrose, and it has to be found in very beneficial. Uh, as it is a critically evaluated for its and medicinal property. The use of this stevia is due to the high antioxidant phytochemical constituent. It's been extensively used in nutraceuticals and in therapeutics. The green synthesis of metal nanoparticles has attractive attention to enhance the efficacy of these biomedical applications. Objective of my studies are to synthesize the nanoparticles using stevia leaf extract or to compare the antioxidant activity of synthesized nanoparticles with the leaf extract. Methodology used in this studies are extract preparation and phytochemical study. In that, extract were prepared using three different solvents, that is aqueous, ethanol, and methanol, and their total phenolic activity of all extract in that DPPH, ABTS, FRAP, and nitric oxide scavenging activity of all extract were studied. After that, the correlation between phytochemical content and antioxidant activity were evaluated. And then synthesis characterization
We call upon next Atul Wagh.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
We will just share your PPT. Just a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you can proceed.
Okay, good afternoon to all. This is Atul Wagh from LVH College, Panchvati, Nashik. I welcome to you all. Yes, ma'am. So, today I'm going to present my research work on use of forest plants from Saler and Muller forest region of Nashik district. As we know that the term ethnobotany, first of all, this term was given by Richard Evans Cult. And if we try to find out the term, who was invented the term, the credit goes to the Hirschberger. In 1895, he had given the term ethnobotany. Generally, the traditional knowledge is indigenous knowledge is there that is documented in ethnobotany. So whatever the use of the plant is documented. It might be medicine, it might be food, fodder, any type of. So the credit goes to S.K. Jain.
What happened? You're not audible.
Slide number 38. Yes, ma'am. May I audible?
Yes, you are audible now.
Yes. Slide number 38. That is result and discussion is there. In my research work, 237 plants are there. So these 237 plants from 196 237 plant species from belongs to 78 families, in which 196 are dicotyledons, 38 from monocots, and 3 were pteridophytes. Just a minute, ma'am. So these plant species were documented from this region. So as per Bentham and Hooker system of classification, I have arranged these plant species. So in this, the dominant family is Fabaceae. Total 19 species were documented from Fabaceae family. Later on, Euphorbiaceae, Liliaceae, Poaceae, and Cisalpinaceae, Asteraceae, these species were there. So why this is or we can say why the ethnobotany is important in this era, because this old knowledge is day by day going to extinct. The things whatever the knowledge has the people, they are old, and very few generations are there. We can say very few peoples are there, young generations peoples, they have the knowledge of ethnobotany. So
Sir, just conclude.
Yes, ma'am. May I go to conclusion? So these Boswellia serrata is Curcuma longa, Allium cepa. These are the plants which were used for breast cancer purpose. Their extraction used for breast cancer purpose. Nowadays the number is increasing of breast cancer. Later on, heart attack percentage is also getting increased. That's why to tolerate these things, so to improve the heart function, Terminalia arjuna and Curcuma longa, aloe vera, Allium sativum, these species are used. Gingiber officinal, Solanum nigrum, Cassia fistula, Acacia nilotica are used to promote the liver function, to protect and promote the liver function. Later on, for the hepatitis B, Cyperus rotundus is used, root decoction of Cyperus rotundus. Later on, for blood pressure decoction, Centellia asiatica, Terminalia arjuna, and these species are used. And the one more thing, Syropygia mahabali is one of the most injured plant species. It is also documented from the region. It has a good health. And second thing, it improves the night vision.
Yeah,
So
Atul.
later on, yes, sir.
Yeah, you have documented 237 plants from the Saler and Muller region.
Yes, sir.
So do you have herbarium and all of these, all 237 plants?
Yes, sir. E-herbarium is, I have e-herbarium, sir.
Okay, you have e-herbarium. Okay, and can you tell me the region of Saler and Muller region you have screened? How much area it occupied?
Yes, sir. Near about Saler and Muller, these are the two different locations. From Muller to Saler, it covers 20 kilometers. That means the distance is 20 kilometers.
No, the
Selbari
forest area which you have screened for this your ethnobotanical studies.
Yes, sir. No specific forest area. Nearby villages are also covered.
Okay. Thank you, Atul. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now, Dr. Bhushan Bhusare.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, wait a minute. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Dr. Bhushan Bhusare. Am I audible? Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah. Can you? Okay. Okay, I'm Dr. Good evening to all of you. I'm Dr. Bhushan Bhusare. So today we are going to discuss about one of the PPT, that is colchicine induced tetraploidy indigitalis lanata. First question raised about the why this plant digitalis lanata, it is one of the plant. Question raised why this plant, and why second question is why this work, that is in vitro induction of polyploidy. So answer of first question is digitalis lanata. As we say, digitalis lanata, its flower is like a digital. Digitalis means like we can say finger like flower is there, and this plant is used to treat the different types of heart treatment, means different types of heart diseases. So we are using this plant for heart disease treatment. Also it has some of the useful, it is also useful in some of the diseases like cancer treatment. Then third thing, it is useful in some of the viral diseases. So if we are to introduce this plant, the genus digitalis, as we say, it is commonly called as the foxglove. It comes from the Plantageneaceae family, and it is discovered that there are 23 species of this plant because its shape is like a finger. That's why we can say digitalis. Digitalis means digitus, and digitus means finger. Now it is biennial or perennial herb generally. So its distribution in European countries, and in our India it is distributed in Kashmir or Uttarakhand, in some part of Kashmir and some part of Uttarakhand. Then why this plant? As I said, it is important of cardiac diseases, means heart diseases. So it contains some special types of secondary metabolite, and that metabolites is digoxin, digitoxin, lanatosoid C, and some other types of phenolics, steroid saponin, anthraquinone, and some different types of chemicals also present in it. Okay, it is also useful to different useful on different to cure different types of cancers. So it may be your breast cancer or lung cancer. So we can use this plant for different types of cancer. Now question raised why this work? Because the seed viability of this plant is very low. Then second thing is what it is biennial and perennial plant. As seed viability low, so we can use alternative approach, that is plant tissue culture. So in review of literature you can see there are total 74 of the paper is published. Here 76, total 76 paper is published from digitalis lanata from 1971 to 2016, and there are some of the references. Yeah, here in vitro shoot regeneration, I use the seeds for treatment, and after seeds growing in tissue culture, so you can see different types of seedlings or different types of plant were raised by using different types of auxin and cytokinins. Please next. So there I use the leaf as a section, and here you can see different leaf buds is formed there, and from that different leaves and petals you can see direct shoot regeneration over there. Then rooting experiment I use different types of auxins IA, IBA, and you can see rooting over there. This result are published in Industrial Crop and Product, which is published in elsewhere. So here you can see establishment of tetraploid plants. So different colchicine, different concentration of colchicine we have used over here for the induction of tetraploid plantlet. So sample is prepared as suggested by Zuital in 2014. Next, please. So result, what are the results? So these are different treatments: 0.05, 0.2, and 0.25, 1. So different treatments we have used, and you can see flow cytometry diagram here in diploid and tetraploid plantlets. You can see increase in total DNA content, that is completely double. So the difference between different plantlets, as you can see in first slide, first conical flask, it is a diploid plants, and next whatever conicals are there, that it contains tetraploid plants. As their flower, as there we can say leaf shape is changed, leaf color is changed. So here you can see different treatments, and whatever plants are raised, that plant is hardened. In next slide you can see the hardened plants over there. So diploid and tetraploid plants hardened in Pune University. So you can see the exact difference between the leaf shape, leaf structure, overall difference between diploid and tetraploid plants. So stomatal size is there. Stomatal size is also increasing tetraploid plant as compared to diploid plant. So you can see over here diploid and tetraploid plant. Adaxial and abaxial side we have chosen here. So scanning electron microscopic images are also there for diploid and tetraploid plant, and these images also shows that the stomata size is increases. So there are some of the
Please
yes.
conclude.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Please
Final, its
conclude, sir.
conclusion. Yes, yes, yes. So here you can see increase in total cardiac glycoside content. So what are the result and what are the conclusion from this? I have found that whatever medium I use, among that medium, TDZ is one of the best medium for growing the shoot buds from the leaf and petiolex plant. That is direct regeneration protocol. Second thing, whatever plants I have raised through by colchicine, that tetraploid plant contains exactly double amount of cardiac glycoside as compared to diploid plant. So that is one of the new report in for this digitalis lanata. And if we use such type of plant, so we can we can save our import cost from the for the India. So this is all about this presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dr. Bhushan,
Yes,
as
sir.
per your results, your tetraploids, it has
Yes, sir.
induced the glycoside content. So
Yeah.
do you think the same type of techniques we can use for the production or enhancement of any secondary metabolites in
Yes,
herbaceous
sir.
plant?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely, we can use the same technique or such type of technique. Or if we standardize the protocol, then we can enhance the secondary metabolite in different plant. And there are so much of reports in medicinal plants also. Many
Yeah.
reports are
Thank you
available.
very much, sir. Thank you
Yes.
very much, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, next, Hadia Tausif. Hadia Tausif.
Okay, I'm audible. I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, you are audible. Please share and continue.
So, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I am Hadia Tosi from Dow College of
Hadia, you are not audible. Your voice is breaking. Now you are not at all audible. Next is Khan Shahzeen Mohammed.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, I'll share my screen.
Okay. Turn on your camera.
Okay, yes, ma'am. I'll just turn it on.
Just introduction and then conclusion.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, I hope my screen is visible to you. Myself, Shazeen Khan. I'm doing PhD in Department of Botany, KTHM College, and my topic is seasonal variation in secondary metabolite content in Adansonia digitata. So, in my study, I have selected the plant Adansonia digitata of family Bombaceae, and I have selected the plant parts such as leaf, stem, and bark. And I have estimated quantitatively the total phenol, flavonoids, and tannin content for 2 years, for a period of 2 years, and for 3 seasons. I hope I'm audible, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Please continue and explain in very short. We have very short time.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay. So I have quantitatively estimated all the phenolic content, tannin content, and flavonoid content of leaf, stem, and bark for 3 seasons. I'll directly go on to my results and discussion. You can see the table. You can see the tabular form and graphical representation here. For phenol content, the highest phenol content was usually observed in the monsoon season in all 3 leaf, stem, and bark. For in case of tannins, the highest tannin was seen in bark of winter season, and flavonoids was lesser than phenol and tannin, and it was highest in bark in winter season. The highest phenol content was observed in stem in monsoon season, and it was around 8.64 milligram gallic acid equivalents per gram dry weight. The tannin content, it was highest in winter season in the bark, and it was 13.36 milligram catechin equivalents per gram dry weight. And also the flavonoid content, they were highest in the winter, which was in bark of winter season, which was 4.56 milligram quercetin equivalents per gram dry weight. And results and discussion going on that all 3 parts, they contain the different secondary metabolites in different quantities in different season, and that information I have just given it to you. The range of total phenolic content in increasing order was bark less than leaf less than stem. In case of tannin, it was stem less than leaf less than bark, and flavonoid content, it was leaf less than stem less than bark in increasing order. To conclude, I would like to say that the determination of effect of seasonal changes is important to establish a suitable harvesting season with high amount of phytochemicals. The results of the current study showed a variation in the secondary metabolite content in different parts and different seasons. Also, since different phytochemicals possess different biological activities, they are accumulated in high amounts during different seasons, and therefore one plant species may be harvested during different seasons depending on the availability for particular. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Shazin. From where you have collected Adansonia?
Sir, I have collected these plants from Nashik only. My collection was confined to Nashik.
No, but from where Nashik region?
Sir, in Nashik Road, in Devlali camp, there are 2 huge trees present. From there, I had collected my plant material.
Yeah, okay. So you have seen the seasonal variation in secondary metabolites of Adansonia digitata. Any problem related with the secondary seasonal variation of metabolites in Adansonia?
So problem related.
What is the purpose for the study?
So purpose, yes, sir. So purpose is that we can conclude that particular secondary metabolites, they are present in a higher amount in a particular season. So if we want to use,
known. That is known to everyone.
Okay. So, but due to this study,
Which
we
type
can.
of flavonoids are present in Adansonia?
So adansonin and different flavonoids are present. I cannot say the name, but yes, they are present. But many types of flavonoids, flavonols, isoflavones, and isoflavonoids, they are present in Adansonia digitata.
Okay. Thank you, Shajin. Thank you
Okay,
very
sir.
much.
Welcome, sir.
Next, Mangala Kapdi. Mangala Kapdi. Please unmute yourself. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I will share screen. Wait a minute.
Okay, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible. Please turn on your camera and proceed.
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am, please proceed. We are very short of time. Just complete in 2-3
Yes, ma'am.
minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, one and all. Myself Kapdi Mangala, and currently I am working as assistant professor, botany department of KTHM College Nashik, and I am pursuing PhD under the guidance of Dr. Professor N.B. Pawar, LBH Panchavati College. And today I am going to represent my research work and under the title Aeromycological investigation in glycine max. Now the crop soybean aerobiology, that is the aerobiology is the study of interdisciplinary bioparticles, airborne bioparticles, microorganisms, pollen grains, and fungal spores. The aerospora, fungi, bacteria, viruses, minus insects, then molds, and etc. Aeromycology, study of fungal spores, that is trapping, scanning, and identification of fungal spores. And this fungal spore to predict the phytopathogenic fungal diseases, emission and deposition and transmission of this fungal spore one crop to the another crop. Next, please. Okay. So the soybean is one of the important oilseed cash crop and fastest growing crop in India as well as in the world. And soybean produced a lot of product as like soya milk, soya cake, soya peat, cattle feed, etc. And the environmental factor or climatic factors play an important role in seasonal development of many plant diseases, and the high concentration of airborne pathogenic fungal spores were responsible for disease in soybean crop. And the agriculture industry has faced two problems arising from the development of resistance in fungal pathogen of soybean crop against used to control. And nowadays, the scientists observe the fungal pathogen causing a large damage on the soybean crop. That's why I am work on this topic. The aim of the present study is to identify fungal spores in relation to different growth stage and establish the disease forecasting system, and the investigation will be helpful for improvement of yield and
farmer for economy. Next, ma'am. Next slide, please.
Your voice is not coming, ma'am. Ma'am, you are not audible. Madam, may I audible? I think there is some network issue. Ma'am left. Okay.
So we are at the end of day 1 of our conference CRAFTS 2021. We would continue tomorrow. I would like to thank Dr. Ravikiran Pagare, who was with us as the chair of session. Dr. Pagare, please proceed.
Thank you, Mansi Madam. In this session, we had about 25 presentations. Out of that, 3 could not present. So total 22 presentations were there. Most of the presentations were related to microflora, biodiversity. Some are related with the anti-cancerous properties, secondary metabolites and all. All presentations were very good and really they are having potential. Okay, I'm very glad and thankful to you for availing me the opportunity to chair this session. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you so much. I conclude the session here. We will continue tomorrow. Let's meet tomorrow. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you all the participants, all the dignitaries and delegates. Thank you so much.